Hey, Lizzie, Watto friend! Catros, Watto friend! I was trying to yeet up some VODs because I forgot I'd done them. Because I heated up some lunch, and now I'm going to yeet up some VODs. I think I'm funny. How are you? And yes, I absolutely woke up this in my head again, so how are you all doing? So, Katros, Arden, Gerald, and Watto, friends! Gerald says, Merry Christmas from Santa Bunny. Oh, Merry Christmas to you too. I write the worst YouTube descriptions these days. There was a time, friends, there was a time when I used to spend hours crafting these incredible descriptions for YouTube. And now it's just YouTube, right? How are you all doing, you lovely, lovely Mother Hubbards? Fellas, your Watto, Edmund Watto friends! So, I'll probably end up saying this a whole bunch. To whoa hello. Watto friends, Watto! Jaren's checking Steam. Oh, wait, wait! Yo! Okay, well, let me bring this... Oh, yo!
Kicks in the door, Watto.
Watto Shackle Draconis! Yeah, Favor is a terrifying, scary monster. You joke, that's River's monster hoodie, and it's got like a little monster face with googly eyes on the back. It's so adorable. Unless you're talking about me, in which case, you know, the real monster is man. That's well known, Navalis. Watto, friend! Alright, so, turns out, Jarland's decided to kick the doors in already. Marshall Ray, Watto, Martin, Watto, friends! There's a lot of things happening simultaneously at the moment of kickoff. You lot are fucking lovely. Camille, River doesn't need a shark hoodie, it's fine. Wait, why did that stop? Well, that was an anticlimactic jam. I was just getting into it. Bastards. Sorry about that. I'll go back to my regularly scheduled weebery. Oh, no, we don't talk about the shark hoodie. Also, Camille, how are you doing, friend? Watto is welcome! It is a sleepy River on the bed. We all stayed up watching The Expanse last night, as Fiona had never seen it. And turns out, Fiona had a lot more of a hard sci-fi streak than I thought. So, I watched Fiona watching the first, like, 3-4 episodes of The Expanse. So good. Now I know what it must have been like for people who read the books in Game of Thrones, like, being able to watch someone else for the first time. So good. But yes, I jumped on over to Steam at Jarland's request, and Among the Sleep, which we haven't done on stream, which we really should, Iron Bread, which is a banger. It's very silly. Welcome to Basingstoke? I don't know, but I've been to Basingstoke. Urban Warfare for Battletech, and the Founder Pack for some y'all. Geraldine didn't have to do that, but thank you kindly. So jumping back in, Favor, you're really getting into World of Tanks. Like, I hope you're having a good time with it, yo. The only free-to-play thing I'm really playing on the regular again is Will's addiction to his little Gundam game. I'm trying to build Gundam Barbarous from Iron-Blooded Orphans, and I have 3 pieces of it. But everything else is gold, and I know none of that makes any sense to anyone, but it's very important to me. Camille's doing pretty good. Got a lot of things done for an interesting weekend. Oh, lovely. I am now at that nervous point of, like, everything should arrive in time for everybody, but if it doesn't... So Kacharov's asking the important questions. Today, we are going to avoid the internet. I had contemplated doing one whole Star War with you all, something thematic, you know what? It's probably going to be at least a few days. By my understanding, none of the mod team yet have seen the new film, so we don't want to make a spoilers channel because we haven't seen it. And we will be chatting about it. We'll have a secure spoiler channel for those that want to talk Star Wars and all of that. But I'm just like... I am incredibly excited. I'm going to get to see it this evening. It's going to be awesome. So I'd like to just take a breather, take a breath, take a break. We're going to go for something completely different. So we're going to be doing kind of a first-person pseudo-mystery set in Norway called Draugen, or Draugen. Let me see if I can get you a link for it. It has nothing to do with Star Wars. Nothing at all. I don't think it could be any more far removed from Star Wars. Well, so, Faber, this is the thing I was thinking about. Everyone, anytime you say, like, we should play a Star Wars game, everyone's like, oh, we gotta play KOTOR. Everyone forgets the first 5 hours of that game. 5 hours! And that's 5 hours if you blitz through it a bit, maybe 4, until you're picking a lightsaber in your hands. Now, the process of crafting a saber in that game is one of the most exceptional moments in gaming. 5 minutes a game, Will picks up a lightsaber. Ah. What the hell, Norway? You betrayed me. Oh, you're alright, River. Make a little nest bunker back there. So I am going to be showing you something very, very different. It's also one of the potential Game of the Year games, at least as I've understood it. We've still got a week Saturday till the Caffeine, why are you like this? Caffeine, why are you like this? Feckin' terrors. The thing is, I've known you've been sitting on that for an age. Feck. Navalis, why would you double? You could have countered. Why? It's the double. It's the infamous double. River, they're bullying me again. Bully me already. Dance for us, noodle man. Oh, so Camille, the very first one that was deployed, a counter was deployed, but then a counter. So then it got messy. Oh, fine. You're all terrors. You're all terrors. You know that, right? I love you all dearly. I'll say proper hellos to those coming in, but we've had a double. How much is your dignity worth? 80,000 meat points. There, are you happy? Are you happy? You've taken my shame! You have taken my honor! Caffeine says yes. Oh. Are you happy? Yes, I am. Well, you know what? Then I am. It is. Wow, I know how words work. Right, who's coming in that I haven't said hello to? Beadora, Kindball, Neopale, Aaron Feathers, Faber 6. I don't think I said a proper hello. Caffeine, obviously. Your terror. Tomari. What, old friends? Check General? Oh, dear Lord. That's going to haunt me for an eternity, isn't it? Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, caffeine, that's a good point. I did have my shame removed when I was much, much younger. So it's fine. Everything's fine. But yeah, so friends, let me grab you the link for that again. So this is what we're playing today. It's something that's been in my eye line for a while, and I think there's something very, very interesting about it. It's just a case of... is it going to be one of the big bangers of the year, or is it just going to be kind of like an interesting art house? It's only a few hours long, so I reckon we can knock this out of the park. And then if we desperately, desperately want something... Cryo Sticks with Dance Central Dab stream when... That would be a very special occasion. Oh, Sadlin lived in a fraternity house. Shame and Modesty left a while ago. That's fair. Also, Sadlin, how are you doing, dude? Watto! Watto! There must be a Dab Dab Revolution shirt out there, Tomari. And Tomari, do not worry. Dice and Yet More Dice is kind of... we keep it as an amorphic channel on Discord because sometimes there's a big game going on. Sometimes there's sometimes there's just a lot of little things going on that space, and sometimes people just want to share things from their campaigns. I know Caffeine and the crew, Caffeine, Baron, and people have been working on the next big thing, but I've been a little snowed under with other stuff, so I need to check on with them about when they're kicking off and what that will be. Tanari, wow. What, oh friend? Yep, Salen's already there. Oh. So how are you all doing, you wonderful, wonderful folks? I will attempt to keep today as Star Wars free as possible. We have trained warriors in chat in case we get some spoilerific bad words. Do my best. It's been a strange little morning in general. But what was real nice was reading, so GI.biz put 38 reasons why 2019 wasn't all that bad. And I had a little scroll through it, and you know what? At least in the world of video games, it did real good. There were some terrible times for certain, but I think sometimes we forget to stop and celebrate the good times. I mean, as I said, week Saturday we're going to be doing our own like Longship Awards, but like I just want to celebrate that we had a new generation Pokemon game with online multiplayer, and that's the thing that we got to play. My little classic DMG One Heart still feeling like 3 sizes too big after that whole experience doing well. Sir John Bacon, Watto. Shackles is the finally biting the bullet and working to convert home setup to Win 10 from Win 7. Good luck. I will hopefully be a calming experience in the background. Beadora, how did the dev interview go in Furball's update? Well, the dev interview went good. I feel like I was a little off my game, and I did apologise thusly. But it was real cool, and I think... I don't know. It felt more like coffee table round chat than solid interview. But they gave out a bunch of copies of the game, and it was great to just get stuck in, you know? Firestriker, I hope I said hello. Thank you again for cracking bout of food. I've still got leftovers 4 days. I made a start in them. Oh, Joda, did I say hello? Joda says, back with dessert. What flavour waffle toppings did I miss? The waffle toppings, I guess, was a little bit of 2019 celebration for all the difficulties that it was. Airman's adding, 2019 did have a lot of nice people making a lot of nice games. We have a wider diversity of developers and experiences. And yeah, you're right, I also would count that as a win. I'm definitely looking forward to GDC next year, because The game has changed drastically in a really good way. And that makes me real happy. But Joda, sometimes I forget to say hello. And then I feel guilty. Oh, Sturdy Kiwi. What-o, friend? What-o? But yeah, so I've got a very, very interesting game for today's experiences. It will be Sans Star Wars, because I also realised that if we're going to get Chode Slam trolls and bots coming through here and being like, oh, it turns out that it was all a fever dream from a Gungan. Like, ain't nobody got time for that. Like, I am genuinely excited. I'm going to get to see it this evening. And I realised that while with Endgame, we had one of the first like big culminations of multiple films, multiple pre-existing IPs coming together. This evening is the end of the sequel trilogies. The trilogies that, for a long time we never thought was going to happen. And both personally, but also culturally, there's a lot of weight riding on this. So, I'm excited to find out. I'm excited to find out. Win, lose, or draw, it's gonna be a talking point for a long time for a lot of people. So, yeah. So, avoiding anything that's gonna have people running in and being like, oh no! It turns out, right, Darth Vader wasn't Darth Vader at all. His name was Dave. They just misheard it. Timary, I don't know if there's a way to check when your Amazon Prime sub is renewed. Oh, yes, there is. If you go into your little, if you go into your account settings, it should show you who you're currently throwing your Twitch Prime at and how long you got. Look at me remembering things, being vaguely useful. So friends, you've got like, should we say another 10 or 15 minutes on the Wafflemancy? You're Darth Vader, Lord Vader, that's Jeff Vader, that is. This one is wet, this one is wet, this one is wet. Oh, the food is hot.
Who wants to sing?
Yes, I can quote small snippets of Eddie Izzard verbatim. No, I'm not going to inflict it upon you all. And this Hayet's Fiona? Don't recognise the name, but they've thrown us a host. Don't recognise the name, but they've thrown us a host. Wow, I'm not even getting a response. I'll try harder. Alex! What, home friend? Lizzie says hello! The fact that there wasn't a Jeff Vader ending in the Force Unleashed video game still irks me. Is it the bread? So good. I reheated the curry and then put a piece of the bread in there with it, and it was stuffed with edges. I should have gone in for the naan, but I went for the cheese bread. So Tomray is asking the important questions. Would Wallace and Gromit be light side or dark side? Oh, Wallace doesn't have any force powers of any kind, but Gromit doesn't have the heart to tell him. Gromit's clearly light side. Wait, which one's which? Yeah, Gromit's the dog. If you've never watched Wallace and Gromit, you haven't missed out on one of the most inoffensive, potentially blandest pieces of English humour. But yeah, so very, very quickly, as Moose is like, my spoiler sense is too sensitive to distinguish. I'm just going to have him play Timeout Whack-A-Mole. We should be fine. We're playing a game which couldn't be more removed from Star Wars today. Going to Norway! Nothing bad happens in Norway. Although, the thing that's making me nervous now is I didn't realise this until we started, and until I booted up today. The logo behind... Okay, let me show you, friends. So, See Draugen over there? I just saw the fish skull behind the clasp. And you'll notice how all the screenshots are just the same character in the same environment. Now, maybe we spend the entire time in this gorgeous Norwegian hotel solving a mystery, having a lovely time, a little sip of tea. But that sure does look like a Lovecraftian-esque clasp, doesn't it? So, bit worried. Alright, Earl, you're right. The wrong trousers train scene is still exceptional. I was being shenanigans. I don't know if you saw, but Favor6 also was saying Hail the Queen. I won't read out what the rest of what they said. Nothing bad happens in Norway. Ask the Russians in World War II. Was it Norway, which is the origin of the Molotov cocktail? That's one of the examples I always use about how sometimes elements of language essentially grow beyond their progenitors. Finland is the Molotov. Thank you, Crysticks. But, like, I used the term Molotov cocktail in both, like, video game chat and in conversational talk for years before I even stopped and went, wait, why am I saying this? Thankfully, unlike things like the rule of thumb, it's not something that comes from I mean, it doesn't come from a good time, but there are worse turns of phrase out there that have much darker meanings. So Sturdy Kiwi saying, we love us a Lovecraftian nightmare. This might be fine. I have no idea. All I know is that it's on a lot of lists for this year. I don't think it's going to knock... I don't think it's going to knock any of the contenders off the top spot. But like I said, on the 28th, so a week Saturday, we're going to do the Longship Awards. And the Longship Awards is basically going to be us all settling down with a cuppa and putting forward the games that we have loved throughout the year. Oh, sweet meching joy! Earl's just informed me that the new MechWarrior 5 patch allows for trusted co-op partners, so I can let Tog, Earl, Erin, Stooge like build and refit their stuff. That's gonna be dope. Tomari says, what would be your signature anime style attack? Well, see, I always subscribe to the Bleach theory, which is that it has to be something very true to your person, which we can't always decipher for ourselves. Beadora's like, would it be half feck and dab? But for the record, I am a dual wielder when it comes to anime stuff. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Oh, and I should say for Joda and Favor and Peeps, my World War II knowledge is actually pretty limited outside of the standard. So like everyone who did an English education, you know, I know about the landings, the blitz, etc., the cool ones. But a lot of like the mid, pre, and post kind of get skipped over a little bit. Like they're very hand wavy with like, okay, Italy was over here, but then they ended up over here, so it's fine. I'm like, excuse me, I'm pretty sure that must be very significant. Okay, we're gonna keep going past that. Fine. Oh yeah, and Crysticks. Sorry, going back to the Molotov cocktail. The Molotov cocktail is a lovely little middle finger against Soviet tanks. There's the history of the dumb, I can't pronounce that first name, but Mr. Molotov, who said that they weren't dropping, correct me if I'm wrong here, Crysticks, they weren't dropping bombs on Finland. They were dropping food packages, bread baskets, if you will. So the explosives were... the explosives were referred to as Molotov's bread baskets. And so the Molotov cocktail was the drink to go with your meal. Like an improvised incendiary grenade. Dual-fingered gun wielder. Only when I do something vaguely interesting in video games. What weapon would my Zampact be? I know what I'd want it to be, which is dual sword, no handguards, but it would probably be something cheesy as. I was like, here's a bit of World War II history that gets missed. Japan did, in fact, invade the US. There was a tiny island at the end of a Orwellian... I've just mispronounced that horribly. Chain in Alaska that Japan invaded. The US looked at the island and went, feck it, you can keep it. I didn't know that. We're all learning things here today, friends. Now, when it gets to the classics and like ancient history, I'm like, feckin' yeah! Honest, I do like that one. Dad's Army was always a bit hit and miss. I never got on with it as a kid, but when it was funny, it was so funny. And they're saying, like, you know, demonstrating the correct use of creation, the correct creation and use of Molotov, including taking a crowbar to the tank hatch and dropping it in. And at the end of the demonstration, one of the men puts his hand up and goes, "So, what's the tank doing? What's the tank doing while we do all this?" Yeah. See, we can natter a bit of history. I tell you, one of the things, we're probably not going to start until the new year, but I am absolutely going to do a start on... Oh. I need to call my PO box because they just sent me a message. If someone sent me something mid-November and it didn't make it here, through package was sent but not processed here, it says. Please get back to us. That's gonna be fun to sort later. Yay! Oh, Just Diver, how are you doing, friend? And thank you for throwing the Twitch Prime over here. And Caffeine got a tiny little hand Santa. Oh, so Alex is saying, so the Finns sarcastically dubbed the Soviet cluster bombs as Molotov bread baskets. That was it. In reference to the propaganda broadcasts. Welcome to the History Morning. I'm going to be your host, Will. I know the least about World War II of anyone here. But that's the thing. It's one of the things that I love about doing this is that I didn't learn anything about classical history beyond standard English education until I started working on the Total War series. I learned so much from that. I think the stuff that stuck with me the most was like the reign of Attila period. That's going to be in my brain. So the thing I'm looking forward to doing in the new year is starting a Total War Three Kingdoms playthrough. Because... Oh, Kaimu, sorry. Will's multi-threading. So, Kaimu, do not worry. Unless you sent it to me back in November, you don't have to worry. Basically, my PO box is worried because they said they got 3 packages, but one of them wasn't marked as sent to me, so they're worried. Natsu, good morning. We're about to go to Norway, so make yourself a cup of tea, put on some warm clothes, and we'll do a thing. Natsu, I don't have an ETA on the Three Kingdoms campaign because I want to do the first episode with a very good friend of mine, Chef Lubu, who is an exceptional individual. If you know League of Legends, you might have heard of him. And he runs a gaff called the Battle and Brew. But his knowledge of Romance of the Three Kingdoms period is one of the best of any of my friend groups. And I'd like to invite him on the show so that he can basically give me enough of a primer to appreciate any of the details. Because right now, like, I don't have enough of a grounding to know which of the factions I would choose, how I would start. Like honestly, like, quiz me on Sengoku Jidai tactics and I fucking got you. Ask me about Romance in the Three Kingdoms periods, I'm like, well, I saw that movie with Jet Li in it once, and they fired a lot of arrows? I want to say arrows? Natsu, I don't believe I have, but if you want to repost it in the Videodrome, I'd be more than happy to give it a watch. I've been a little, well, I guess, continuously rammed outside of outside of stream hours. But like in a good way, if that doesn't sound too weird. Though the thing that I keep feeling is like, where was that History of the World video when I was growing up? Like, it wasn't until I watched that from the same bloke that did the Speedy History of Japan. Bill Wirtz? Or did I just make up a human? I think it's Bill Wirtz. It does if you haven't seen it, I would be very amazed if you haven't, because it's been seen by most of the entire planet. But it's like a quick 15-20 minute video about the entirety of the history of our planet. And it's brilliant because it gives you a nice little like time frame of where everything was happening off, including a lot of the golden ages, which gets entirely skipped over. I didn't even know about the golden age of Islam until I was on feckin' Empire Napoleon. And I'm like, wait, heckin' where? The whole massive part of human history that shaped philosophy, science, mathematics, coffee? Like, yo? Completely skipped over. But, Natsu, I'm always hurting for good stuff to watch, so YouTube recommendations are always welcome. Because I can't just sustain on a diet of Polygon videos, ContraPoints, and anime reviews, you know what I'm saying? I mean, so Shackle's saying that part of what frustrates them with the way the US teaches history is that, like, Russia, China, India, Japan just kind of pop up whenever it war them for the first time. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I didn't have an American education. In the UK, we tend to skip whole bits, usually the contentious parts. Like, oh. We definitely don't, or at least during my education, didn't teach like the UK's involvement in places like India, China. We never went in to do bad. Bad kind of happened. Wait, what did Jaralan do? Because so far the only thing Jaralan's done is sent me a lovely bunch of gifts. Actually, I'm gonna hide that there. So we'll write those down. I had an issue earlier in the year. Wait! Jaralan's been gifting people video games. Jaralan, that's lovely of you. That's fucking lovely of you, thank you. I mean, you gave me a bunch of good stuff, so obviously I'm grateful, but like, that's real kind of you. I know we've talked about this a lot in the past. The holidays mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and I have done the full smorgasbord of, like, you know, family Christmases back in the day, and then despising Christmas with a passion. After turns out being thrown out by your family does give you slight Christmas hate. So I spent a number of years working security, and then with one of my previous partners, I was invited to their family Christmas and became a part of that. Although they famously have to do sometimes 2 Christmases because they're so spread out over the year. So you do like a Christmas on Christmas Day, and they'd be like, alright, whoever wasn't at Christmas, we're going to do second Christmas, which would sometimes end up happening as late as April. It always made me laugh. I've done lonely Christmases, I've done friend-only Christmases, I've dreaded some, and I'm looking forward to this one. So, like, Jaralan, go on and giving people some games around the holidays, it's really kind of you. And I guess if you are having a crappy time this Christmas, feel free to feckin' message me. Like, I'm gonna be here. I'll be here right up until Christmas Eve. I have agreed I'm taking Christmas Day off. But I'll be back on Boxing Day. Other than that, it's gonna be business as usual. Might do a thing on Monday. Who knows? And yeah, so jumping back onto the previous topic, because Kindball I know had the UK education as well, and yeah, you did King Henry, you did the Plague, a whole bunch about feckin' Magna Carta and all that nonsense, which is very important historically because it's one of the examples of having a complete record of the UK. But still. Oh, Lizzie thankfully being the international translator here, that Boxing Day is the day after Christmas. So John says, okay, being on the topic of history, my major game-making plan is a crafting survival game where you survive through the ages with your modern knowledge. It's my mostly solid idea out of anything I've had. I'm going to run with it and involve it. Do it. Honestly, UI is probably the only thing... You could get mechanics in real easy. UI is basically going to be the winner, and that's a very easy thing to articulate in. One of the things that I've been a big fan of Sir John Bacon this season has been a show called Dr. Stone. And for those of you that haven't heard of it, yep, it's an anime, but don't judge me, alright? I treated myself, I spend $5 a month on a Crunchyroll. That's because I don't get a cup of coffee in the morning because I'm not commuting. So my little treat has been getting a Crunchyroll subscription. And this show is... the premise is simple, as it always is with anime. Suddenly, for a reason that is as yet unexplained in the show, everyone on Earth turns to stone. And thousands of years later, people start waking up. We follow Senku, who is a science-obsessed teenager who is determined to rebuild the world as it was. And that's it. That's the premise of the show. It's just using using actual science knowledge applied, but with the kind of the anime visual style format. So like they have to acquire sulfuric acid, which is incredibly dangerous. Now there's no mystical elements in this show, but they use the fumes of sulfuric acid as represented by this kind of like spooky ghost lady, which is real cool. The visual elements on screen showing all the different parts and components that come together to make something is real cool. And so John Bacon, I don't mean to impose on your design philosophies at all, and if I can help, all you need to do is ask here. You have my axe for free. Little Nug-Nugs! Little Nugget! We haven't actually named him yet, we're working on it.
Still working.
Not friend, not food.
Probably not food.
So far we haven't had any stonky... Hang on, let me scooch over. So,
Big chungus.
well, do you want to get a closer view on our little chunker? I'll bring it to you. Don't spook him out. I'm making a little cute noise. It's already.
He's mostly chunk.
It's all chunk.
Oh Lord, they coming. Oh Lord, he coming.
Yeah, baby chunker.
See if I can get close to the mic so they can hear people.
Hang on, let me...
Go this way.
You go that way.
So everybody can hear the chunk. Oh. Here you go, chunkies. Get up there and say hello.
This is the new star of the show.
He doesn't want to talk. He's shy.
Tomere is like, I have met this nugget and I will immediately die for them.
Aaron, they are. They are making happy guinea noises.
Little fuzzy nugs.
So quiet.
Very loud in the evenings.
Yeah, they're very talkative. River, up on the bed. Go on, up.
And yes, River is wearing a little hoodie because it's very cold outside. Oh, so yeah. So John Bacon. Basically, if you want to make that kind of game, just work on the resource gathering and crafting from an in-engine perspective, and you can do the kind of science knowledge as a representation through UI. You could do something along the lines of Night Team 4, where the game does the complicated stuff for you, but shows you the real science knowledge. Oh, Tomare got a little clip of it. Oh, little fam! Also, caffeine and someone else got me to dab earlier.
Haha.
I thought no one's going to save up 80k points to make Will make a tit of himself.
Most of the way there.
Why are you like this?
Because I can.
Someone counter dabbed. There was another one waiting in the wings. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries.
Oh, I win.
Very shy. It's alright, little nugget. We'll get you hanging out more. Maybe we should get one of those like Wi-Fi cams so we can just cut through it.
Just one that's like right on them.
Yeah.
Snoozing.
Enjoy a bit more Crunchyroll guilt-free. Merry Christmas and
What?
thanks for a great year of streams.
Quasi, you fucking ledge.
Oh.
Quasi just threw in $30.
Put these little guys back.
Go put the nuggets back. Quasi, thank you so much. I mean, the year ain't done yet. You got a full week and a bit of my sorry self. You're not rid of me yet. But, Quasi, you're right. It has been a wonderful year of streams. And, like, we'll celebrate it proper next week for the Longship Awards. But, oh, it's been a banger. Games have been good. My lord, we've had some cracking streams. Obsidipan, I will stream on... Which ones? My calendar's in Japanese, so I don't know which one's Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. 25th is Christmas Day, right? I'll stream on Christmas Eve for sure. Though there may be increasing numbers of drunken friendos with me. And then Christmas Day, I'll be off. But I will be on Discord if any of you are having a hard time and want to have a chat and banter. Time travel is weird. Mal, I did see the Hollow Knight video that you put up, which is a very rare thing. It was so adorable. I want an excuse to go back to Hollow Knight. Like, honestly, I'm tempted to just make just play it just from scratch Christmas Eve. Albedo saying Christmas Eve is when they celebrate. They end up the 16-hour shift. Yay? Question? Obsidipan. Obsidipan, I have a very interesting game for you today, set in Norway, where we're going to go get into some mischief. Making your little nest today there. So, I promise today's going to be an interesting day. I was contemplating a Star War or something of that equivalent, but you know what? Obsidipan. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, son. No. No, Obsidipan. How are you doing, friend? But, you know what? Aspects, Martin, and Obsidipan do make a good point because, you know, I shouldn't need to make an excuse to play some of these. I guess it's just a case of I value all of your time a lot, friends. And if we're playing new stuff, the potential that it's something that might be important to all of us. Like, those of you that watched Outer Wilds, what if you'd missed that? Like, you hadn't had time to play it yourself, or it slipped by, or it'd just been one of those games that you looked at and went, oh, maybe not. But because we did it here, you got to be part of something that was just exceptional. Like... Oh, Obsidipan, the Outer Wilds. But I will say, Martin, saving it for yourself absolutely makes sense. I just wish... wish is the wrong word. I do hope that you do play it. Do not miss out on that one. Because having that one spoiled would be a terror. Oh! And Tomray, thank you for coming and chatting and hanging out. We're about to kick off. So I guess if this game ends up being awesome, you'll have it as a fresh experience for yourself. But no. Lizzie, that is a very good point. I hadn't thought of that. There are a lot of lovely folks hanging out with us right now who weren't there for the original Hollow Knight. And, like, I'm doing real good. So I'm okay talking about it, but Hollow Knight was what forged us. I know a lot of channels on this here website, twitch.television, have a lot of emotes that seem to be hangovers from previous times, or just like, oh, I quite like this one Pokemon, so I got an emote. But, like, the little friendo counter you see up there, it's the first thing we got drawn. And with Hollow Knight, we'd started the playthrough on the channel I was running before they fired me very publicly. And it was a bunch of you lot and Thor and so many peeps bullying me and being like, you can't leave this unfinished, it's Hollow Knight, you can't leave it. So we did, and then Artie Poe drew that, and I couldn't get emotes for ages because of tax problems, so I got it tattooed on my arm. Like, our Scorponi did get to see One Shot. Okay, that's cool. God, One Shot just had me in tears. And One Shot was also the starting of the founding of our legendary sword, My Shoe. Obsidipan, I do plan on playing more Warframe. I plan on playing a lot more Warframe. Now they have like multi-person starfighter missions and cool stuff. So yeah, and Dorcas, you did hear some Hollow Knight banter. And I guess I got asked to play it when we first moved into the fishbowl. And then I realized there are a bunch of people there that hadn't actually seen Hollow Knight, so yeah. Starcat Studios, you did hear Warframe. See, one of the things that I guess I'm also quite keen on is not burning us out on games too hard. Like, friends, I could have streamed nothing but Warframe, nothing but Mech Warrior all this week, because that game is exceptional. But I kind of would have burnt out by now, and I wouldn't be having a good time. A lot of you wouldn't be able to play on Saturday. Sorry, a lot of you wouldn't be able to play until Saturday, and by which point I'd be like, I'm bored and I'm burnt out, I don't like it. And those that had stayed throughout the week would be like, I'm so done with giant robots. Could happen. So, Aaron, I know I would have your support. And Aaron, hopefully I have your piloting skills, because Earl was telling me that I can make you a trusted co-op partner, so you'd be able to customize your own build. No, so Cryostix, the name My Shoe came from One Shot, but the design and the fact that it's a magical sword was solidified in Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. So you're not wrong. Okay, Obsidipan, go get some sleep, friend. It's lovely to see you, right? And tomorrow is Blackout Club, Saturday is Mech Warrior, so it's gonna be a good couple days. Yeah, Beadora, I am so sorry that didn't happen. I was kind of beating the poo out of myself a little bit for that one. But I have your patches pride of place right here. And you know they're going on my jacket. Well, actually, I'm going to put one on, and I'm going to keep the other, because they're really, really well made. It's like, I don't wear the Not a Cult badge all the time, because I'm worried about it getting destroyed. Oh, heck, did I show you all the thing Deus made? Deus Deus gave me this for Christmas. It's a little 3D printed Bug Knight. It's all a little cute. Oh, Aaron, you finally got a Marauder. I'm very happy for you. Yeah. Lizzie, if that is what you would like as a belated birthday present is a playthrough of Hollow Knight, then who would I be? And Cryostix, if you do want to jump onto Control, it was a good idea that has been laywayed by so much guinea pig here. Playing Control as a group was a great idea, doing a play along. but yeah, real life got in the way. Takarashi Wato, friend! Yeah, Norway rocks. Alright, so, God, let's get this game started in 5 minutes, and we'll go from there. Jaraland, sadly we do not have a design for the Longship Mobile Armor Division patch yet. But it will be something fun, and it should be something that's not directly Battletech related. Definitely mech, definitely us. Mainly because I can't afford to get sued. But it will be something that we'll be banging out in the new year. Favor 6, you really do like Alton Towers. I mean, I am throwing no shade in that. That's awesome. But I'm sorry it's closed on your birthday, yo. Is it during a time of year where you can do one of like the private evenings? So John Bacon, well, I love the idea of playing games with you all, and we had a great time with the Ark server and things. Minecraft descends into an argument about which mods we're going to use, which, like, I'm a peaceful soul, but we will do some interesting time. Oh, FYI, friends. Firstly, Into the Breach is free on the Epic Store for today. Now, like, I know a lot of you have feelings on that platform. If ever there was a thing to bring you across, the makers of FTL's strategy mech game for free. It is exceptional and it is beautiful and brilliant, and I can't recommend it enough. There is a Steam sale going on at the moment, so if you want to pick up, I mean, I guess, what are our regular games? Warframe, Sniper Elite 3, Miscreated. What are our other big group games? Used to be PlanetSide 2, but that just caused too much infuriation. Plus, I don't know how much longer they're going to be going. Monster Hunter, there you go, Alnus. There's another good shout, because in a month, it's going to be time for Iceborne. Oh, it's going to be time for Iceborne. I have been creeping on Tuna so much, because it's like, you're playing Iceborne. On the other side of the pane of glass, you're playing Iceborne, and I'm not. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we do play a lot of those titles, so if you want to pick them up, I wholeheartedly recommend it. Cryosticks, I am in agreement that I like Generation Zero, but I don't know if I can recommend it to others, because I find it's weird, what's the term? I find it weird, quiet isolation to be a part of its charm. But that could just be it's a game I play when I'm kind of burnt out on social elements. Oh, and Earl is saying that the Epic Store is also having a massive sale and can be combined with a $10 voucher code, which would make the Outer Wilds very, very cheap. And friends, I can't recommend that game to you enough. Alright. As much as I love that track, let's get this party started. Aspects saying Generation Zero has changed a lot since release. I'm like, I can understand that. And Cryosticks, I love the environment as well. Though Cryosticks are saying it's because it's they grew up in an area that's the exact architecture. Well, Cryosticks, the thing we found out from when we had one of the devs in chat, not on voice chat. Also, Satan would like to point out that the Willamette Sonic Racing is $5 on Steam. Dear Lord. But yeah, the thing the environment artists were saying was that it is modeled after very, very specific areas. They just reworked the landscape to make it a more interesting They reworked it to make it a more interesting map. So yeah. Right. What was I going to do? If you want to leave Twitter, come to Norway. I'm sure it's fine. If this game ends up being a horror game, I am so sorry. I don't think it's gonna be. If that gets me out of trouble, I'm sure it's going to be fine. And I absolutely did not forget to tweet, he says in the abject quiet. Oi, oi, you. Oi, you, fucking lad. But Starcat, whatever it is, we're going to find out together. I wonder if it's got a quick Twitter account. Draugen game. We are staying in here though. We are not going to go balk and scare the little nuggets into trauma. I know. Oh, Salen says it may deals with certain themes. Oh, it's going to be a challenge. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I know it's definitely not as bad as some particular setups. Why? Interesting. Yep, no, look at that pin. That seems fine. Yeah, Cryostix, that's a good point. Like, Vanishing of Ethan Carter said it dealt with similar topics, but definitely wasn't a horror game. Hang on, let me just move over to this one. I need to adjust some audio levels. So please bear with me just a second, dear friends. Oi. There we go. Yeah. And Coleman Cap, you'll have to tell me how authentic this is or isn't, as I'll be very interested to know. Yeah, strong opening. I almost want to linger on this screen for just a little bit longer, you know what I mean? God, yeah, we do actually need to do a stream of The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, because that's another one, if you haven't seen it, I can't recommend it enough. And the fact that didn't win more awards is testament to a lot of things. And do let me know how the audio levels are, friends. Let's just bring these swelling cellos. Oh, wait, no. We did The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. It's What Remains of Edith Finch we haven't streamed. Because I think actually that's where Get to the Boat and a few of us found. Beardor is saying that Norway is riddled with fish monsters. That's why they got tanks in the Swedish border, and why the Norwegians come to steal and smuggle our meat over. It's for sacrifices. See, there we go. See, we're learning historical elements. Oh, wait, cool. Caffeine was just saying that the West Point Museum did a post about how the props for the original Star Wars were created. From the original Star Wars, sorry. As I'm sure a lot of you know, that most of the...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Okay, Google, play Last Christmas by Wham.
That sounded, Moose, like you said, Alexa, play Last Christmas by Wham. Rhymes with Moose. 14 months, friend. Not too shabby. Anyway, should we go to Norway? Draugen is the name of the sea zombies in the Secret World too, right? Oh, bloody is. Well, we're all going in blind to this, so... Crytic says the Skyrim zombies are the Drauder. Drauder? Interesting. Oh, good.
The water's cold.
It's a fjord. You're not going swimming.
Boo. You're such a wet blanket, teddy bear.
You know I don't like it when you call me...
Edward. Edward Charles Harden, Esquire.
Will you promise to behave on land?
Don't I always?
Lissy, promise.
Oh, piffle and phonus balonus, Teddy. You ought to know better than to ask. Yes, I'll behave. I'll be a proper young lady. I shan't run or climb things or laugh too loud or call anyone old bean. Aside from you.
Extreme close-up!
So, do you think we'll find your Betty in, what did you call this village? Gravewick? Grovewick?
Grovik. Yes, I do.
Why here? What's so special about Greywoke?
She never said, but knowing my sister, something drew her here.
But how can you know?
I just do.
I do apologise we didn't have subtitles on. What is stack subtitles? Character names on. On plus character names, on plus character colours. Friends, would you prefer character names or character colours? Names is done. Nice and easy. And do let me know if the camera gets a little too jarring, because I can go and get my controller. Well, I've got my controller, I just left my cable in the other room. Compliment Cap is saying they are very glad the player character seems to know
In
the...
her letter, she wrote about...
But that's months ago. She could have gone anywhere.
Without writing or telegraphing her editor in New York, she wouldn't do that. Betty's...
Oh, the cat's pajamas, the bee's knees, Little Miss Perfect.
Alice, you're talking about my sister.
Fine. I'm sorry. Elizabeth Sadarb. We all love her dearly. And Teddy Bear. Edward. We will find her. Betty's fine. Why, we'll see her as soon as we get to shore. She'll shower you with kisses and berate you for coming all this way from Hanover, Massachusetts to the middle of positively nowhere Scandinavia way just to chase
Norway.
her down.
Positively
Everything
nowhere.
will be Jake, old fruit. Is that it? Is that Groovewoke? It looks so peaceful and beautiful and so desolate, like a place built for ghosts.
Finally.
Ghost Town!
I don't think I could do this for much longer.
Can't you row any faster? I'm getting frightfully bored.
I'm so worried. I'm so glad
How about you
your
take over?
boredom is so important.
You slay me, Teddy, old bean. Was that thunder?
Still distant. The boat will be in safe harbor by the time the weather arrives.
So you say. But I say put your back into it, because we're sitting ducks out here. Quack, quack.
Dorcas, I'm going to say never. There are no sharks in Norway. That is a science fact, and it's not something that I'm hopeful of. It's totally fact. Old beam.
It's so quiet. Where is everyone?
Probably working. I know it's a foreign concept to you, but that's something normal people do.
Oh!
Arr.
The Fretland farm is up the hill somewhere.
How are you finding the
Up
levels,
where?
dear friends? Alright, well, let's go for a walk.
Where's the farm?
Bloody hell, this game's gorgeous. There.
I believe it's that farmhouse, all the way at the top.
Hot dog! Let's ankle!
Hold on. Let me read the letter from Mrs. Fretland first.
I'll meet
and-
you up there, old sport. I want to explore. Last one's a skunk's tail.
Be
Alright.
careful.
Stooge!
Ground's muddy.
What,
Slip
old
and
friend?
fall.
See you in 2 shakes.
So very, very quickly, firstly, we are under raid. A teeny tiny non-hostile raid party has joined us. Secondly, Stooge, how are you? And how was your stream today, good friend? Thirdly, we are playing a game called Draugen? Draugen? I'm still learning how to pronounce it. We're in Norway. We're looking for our sister. And nothing bad has happened at all, and nothing bad is going to happen. Absolutely. Not at all. Nothing bad. Stooge says they are very good. Try playing Destiny 2 for the first time. It's... Destiny 2, starting it now is quite an experience.
Dear Mr. Harden, we would like to extend an invitation to visit our home. Trouble to hear of your sister's disappearance. No news to share.
1923.
You'll find our farm on top of the hill. I hope I got that right. Look forward to seeing you here in October. Yours faithfully, Anna Fretland. Well, I'm here. Where are you? Did you make it to Grovik, Betty? And why did you pick this forlorn hole under the mountains?
Beadura, that is what I'm hoping for.
Also sprach Zarathustra.
Teddy, are you coming? I'm almost there.
Oh,
On my
God.
way. Righto. Step to it, teddy bear.
Press F to locate.
Lissy!
I'm up at the farm.
This game does seem to do a very good job of telling me things that I should be looking at. Who wants to get some? Whatever this guy's selling. Odin's milk? Okay. UI is pretty clear about what we can and can't mess with, and I like that. Hey, Frederick! Frederick and Simon! Those two know how to party! God, this game is gorgeous. Wait. So that was a Nietzsche reference in German. I am so glad I've got you lot with me, because I would have missed that entirely. Jumping back in, Stooge was just saying that the new player experience is very lacking. It is, if you... I believe there's a specific quest that you can pick up in Destiny 2 that takes you through the new player experience, but it's very obfuscated now. Oh, the white cross was UI. So these white little doodads, they let us know what we can and can't interact with. So no run or anything yet.
Where are you, Lissy?
I'm by the farmhouse.
A tiny town where nothing bad ever happens. Oh yes, Takaroshi, I did see the info from you. Alright, so there... UI is just like, the little dots just let us know that there is an element to interact with. And if we want to, we can just sit down and have a little look at the... Have a little look at the environment.
Are you coming?
Yeah.
Just taking a break.
Hurry up. Storm's getting closer.
I am sure this game is not going to make us feel anything. God, cellos. The calling card of feelings. Yeah, look at just the visual on that river. It was one of the things that The Vanishing of Ethan Carter did so well. They used... I always have to ask secretly Robin what the term is, because I always want to say photogrammy, and it's not. Yeah, Cryosticks, it turns out that everyone was fine. This is just a game about a nice walk up a hill. Alright, this is too idyllic. Idyllic not to rest.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh. And Compliment Cap, thank you kindly for gifting a sub to Takaroshi. I could just sit here with this music by the waterfall. As I said earlier in the stream, friends, I'm very excited for One Whole Star War. It is going to be an exceptional... It'll definitely be a memorable experience. But right now, this is where I want to be in the world, you know? Oh, Katros had the stream tabs. He's like, oh, you meant a literal river, not the doggo. River's having a nap. Also, interesting, at this point, there's no run or anything along those lines, so the game's just content to let us... The game is content to let us potter about, and I'm always thankful for that. But let's get up the hill before we lose the light. I'm sure it's not the Hans Christian Andersen, right? There's got to... That would be a hell of a person to have working on a game, but I can't imagine that they would have kept that one under the radar. You know, what with... Simon Poole, who by the end of this is going to be very good. Yeah, super secret necromancy with Hans Christian Andersen. You admit... If someone pitched you a game and went, we resurrected Hans Christian Andersen and got them to play this, got them to art design this, you'd buy a copy of that. Brothers Grimm as lead devs. This seems fine. That view. That church is probably gonna get spoopy. Yeah, Cryosticks, I don't like the height of that flag as well. I assume it's an international thing where to have it at half-mast means, you know, dead stuff.
What took you so long?
I'm not 17.
Nor are you 70. Put some spring into your step, old sport.
Old bean.
Did you see the flag? It's at half-mast. Someone died.
So this is it, huh? Nice digs. But seriously, where is everyone?
Perhaps everyone's indoors. The rain's picking up.
You first, old bean.
Knock knock! I'm
Hello?
very English!
Anyone there? Mr. Fretland? Mrs. Fretland? This is Edward Charles Harden, the American. We've exchanged letters.
Maybe they went on holiday and left the door open. Give it a shake and a rattle.
I can't just barge into their home.
It's not a crime if you're invited.
Just what a vampire would say. Alright.
I'm coming in. This is Mr. Harden. Hello? Is anyone home?
This house is as empty as a bird's nest in December.
Very dark
Hey,
in here.
you want to check out the upstairs?
No!
Certainly not. I'm going to sit down and wait for the Fretlands.
Maybe there are extra comfortable chairs upstairs.
Why are you like this?
I didn't want to go upstairs anyway. It's creepy.
There must be a sitting room on this floor.
And the creaking was coming from inside the house. Alright.
This is the kitchen. Hello?
How is it so very
Anyone
dark
there?
in here? There are no spider sharks.
Oh, this is nice. Charmingly rustic. The Boston Beaumont would pay a pretty penny for this setup. I thought foreigners lived differently. This is almost like an American home.
People are people wherever you go.
Thanks, Proust.
You can see the whole village from up here.
Do you want to go sightseeing?
Tomorrow. It's getting late, and the rain's not abating.
Look! Family pictures. They must be the, what did you call them?
The Fretlands.
Right. Anna and John?
Johann.
This is honestly not what I'd pictured. They're very presentable. Not at all like turnip farmers.
They're not turnip farmers. That must be Johann Fretland, master of the house.
What makes you think he's the master of anything? It's 1923, Teddy old boy. Women can vote.
Also, I don't know who the gentleman voice actor is, but I recognize him wholeheartedly. I've also realized that all of the screenshots that we saw on the Steam page, we've encountered those environments already. Ooh. That is a lightly charred book.
What are you looking at there?
A book.
Strange place for a book. Unless it was a terrible book that deserved a good burning. What's the title?
The cover's charred. Christmas 1922. To Ruth. From Simon. Why would someone burn this?
Like I said, maybe it was a terrible book.
Or a really bad Christmas.
Is Simon one of the Freddy Landers?
I don't think so. They only have the one daughter.
Where do you think they've gone?
The Fretlands.
The Fretlands, the Hansons, the Jensens, all of them.
I'm sure they'll be back soon.
It's like a dead land. As though its soul has departed.
Just quickly going to adjust the visuals. Mind a little bit more gamma. See how that is. Hopefully it doesn't drown it. I like that there is a mode for making it all super grainy or throughout. No, that is far, far too much. I'd like it if Capcom just leased out their options menu to other games. Alright, there we go. Still got that foreboding, but now I can actually see what's going on. Let's check. Always check the bookshelf.
The books are all in English.
Isn't that a bit odd?
Mrs. Fretland is Scottish, though she grew up in Ollesund.
Have you been secretly communicating with Johann's winsome wife, Edward, dearest?
Certainly not. She was the one who wrote me. Because
That's one whole
Mr.
deer!
Fretland's
I
English
was
isn't as...
only joking.
No, wait, no, it's a goat.
Lighten
That's a
up,
goat.
old sport. Don't be such a pill. Wait, is that?
Oh.
Are they?
Did you shut that
who's-
away?
They're all twins. All of them.
That's Johann and Anna Fretland.
There are two of each, Edward. Two of each.
Frederick and Margaret. Twins marrying twins.
How bizarre!
He's reeling. This is just too adorable.
May 26th, 1899. They'll be celebrating their silver anniversary next year.
See nothing wrong with that. So jumping back in, Cryostic says when they visited Norway as a 5-year-old, Tiny Cryostic's discovered in a car park in the sand a small 15 white element flag of Norway. Dug it out, cleaned it, and they still have it. Oh, that's a lovely little piece of fact. One of my favourite Lovecraftian games, I guess before Dark Corners of the Earth, was actually the point-and-click game of, what was it? Call of Cthulhu, the Necronomicon. And what that did so well was the amount of pacing it did early on to just to give you a sense of grounding. You spent almost the first, like, hour or two just faffing about, talking to people, having tea, etc. Fretland Brothers Mining Company. Frederick and Jonathan Friedland.
Oh, those boys look proud as peacocks. What does it say there? Groovy?
Gruben, the mine.
Maybe that's where everyone is. Digging for precious jewels in the Stygian abyss.
From what I learned of this place during the brief stay in Ålesund, the iron mine shut down 20 years ago.
I'm sure this isn't. Alright. April, May, June, July. So we'll start with May.
Johann Fretland exits Fretland Brothers Mining Company.
So the brothers parted ways?
Johann sold his share to focus on farming.
Ooh.
That must have put a damper on their relationship.
Yeah, Scorponi, it's one of those things that games don't didn't used to get the chance to do very often, which is taking the time to set the tone and the pacing as almost glacial to start with before slowly turning up the heat. There are a lot of attempts to do games like that, but quite often the cost of development meant they had to appeal to a slightly larger audience, thus the inclusion of combat and elements like that, and
Tragic
you know how that song and dance
falls
goes.
the Fretland Brothers Mining Company.
Oh no!
What happened?
The mine collapsed, killing 3 workers, including Arne Fretland, Frederick and Johann's younger brother.
That's awful. How old was he?
19.
This is
Operations
gonna get
were
worse before it
suspended
gets
after the
better.
accident. Foreign investors out of Frederick Fretland's mining company. Dire financial consequences for Fretland, who must have had a difficult time after his brother Johann Fretland pulled out earlier this year.
Johann was smart to exit when he did.
The timing is curious, like he knew something was about to go awry.
Hey, get you a deity that gives you a heads up. And your own protection goat. We're all in agreement this house is getting creepier the more we're heading round, right? How do I look? Oh, Jesus. Fucking Christ.
Oof, that's a grim sight, old bean.
Yeah, let's
I'm
not...
exhausted and soaked to the bone.
Let's get you to bed.
We'll wait for the Fretlands. It's only courteous. Betty.
Have you gone screwy again, Teddy? That's not Betty. That's...
Scarf. I'd know it anywhere.
It doesn't look like anything to me. It
She
just
bought
looks
it in
like...
Bloomingdale's the Christmas before last. When she came home that year, she showed it off, dancing around the sitting room until I got dizzy watching her.
I think you're misremembering. She couldn't make it home that year. Again.
No, you're wrong. I'm sure she was there.
Whatever. It's not like you pay any attention to me when Betty's around. I might just as well be a ghost.
You better not be a ghost. Oh, sorry. Bear with me just a second, dear friends. I do apologise. I do apologise. Bear with me on just a second, friends. Just a second. Okay, I apologise. Let us continue. I don't know about you lot. I'm kind of... I guess I'm just letting the... I'm letting the pacing and the environment take its time. Common Cat says, I like that while not perfect, obviously, Edward knows a fair bit of Norwegian pronunciation. How is it?
Look, it is her scarf. It even smells like her perfume. Shalimar.
But what if that's not?
She's here. I'm finally going to find her.
That's great, Edward, really. I wouldn't want you to get your hopes up. I mean, where's everyone gone to? Something's not right, I'm telling you. Teddy? Edward, what's wrong?
Lightheaded, that's all.
You're having another spell. You know what happens when you exert yourself. Sit down. That's an order from your commander.
Yes. Fine.
Some new apron patterns.
What are you doing? Come sit down.
Fine.
I
Good.
just need to catch my breath.
Yeah, he does sound a bit too keen on finding that,
I
sister.
want you to lie down. Lie down and close your eyes. It's been a strenuous day. What with the rowing and the dragging of the suitcase up the hill.
But what if the
I'll keep an eye out. I promise. If they come home, I'll wake you. Now, lie down, close your eyes, breathe deeply.
I'm just going to...
Shh.
This isn't worrying at all. Not where I thought this game was going to go. I'm not complaining. But...
Elizabeth? Is that you?
Yeah, that doll's not going to get weird at all.
Lissy? Lissy, are you here?
Yeah, favor. One suitcase, two people.
Alice!
No response. All good. Okay, I think I need to turn the gamma down just a smidgen more. Just gonna find that nice little biting point between being able to see and says, oi, where'd our picture go? Oh no, we're good, mine, we're good.
Alice?
Still there, still there. Could be his daughter. Oh! Piss
Who's there?
me sideways.
Elizabeth. Wait!
Well, this is going to be a game. Oh, favor.
Lissy, there's someone outside. It might be Betty. Are you here, Lissy? Are you in here, Lissy?
Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. No problem. Cool, fine, cool.
Lissy, are you upstairs?
Oh, okay, I do like that. He's too polite to go upstairs by himself.
Who's out there? Hello? Betty? Lissy?
I do like how it's using these little markers as an unobtrusive way of being... What's that? As an unobtrusive way of kind of like getting us
alone.
towards an area. Miyagi Sakura's like, I want to go outside. None of us do. How about no? Whoa! Oh, good. Demon footprints. Look, I'm just going to crawl into this little wooden basket here and live the rest of my life happily in the tub. Oh. How about some late night gardening?
Betty? Alice, where are you?
So, Mountain Secure, it's fine. Remember we saw a goat running around the gardens earlier? It's fine. It's just, it's all fine.
I can hear you.
Oh, and we can move a little bit quicker now as we're going downhill.
Are you out there, Betty? Who goes there? Wait!
This is a terrible idea! Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, Dorcas, you're right. It's just a goat. It's just a goat. Oh, it's not a goat. It's not a goat.
Someone there?
No, I don't wanna. See, this is also why I love playing these games with you lot, is the brevity that you occasionally bring Alpha with when you're in the fog and you hear a goat. Go ahead. It's not a goat. Oh!
Home.
That caused me to stiffen there a little. Favour? Wait, no. Better phrase. Better phrase. Just keeping an eye on... I can't see. Give it a hot dang. What happened? What, old friend? We have just started this game, and it's immediately gotten spoopy. How are you?
Hello?
Told you it would go!
Betty, is that you?
It's a goat!
Are you there, Betty? Shit.
Sorry, let me just grab my glasses. Oh, that was quite cool. Whoa!
Frank.
Fucking hell.
Elizabeth, are you there?
Although, okay. While Edward is failing to differentiate person from goat, so both Favour 6 and Compliment Cap. Thank you kindly for the bits, yo. Yeah, he sure as heck isn't as sure-footed as a mounted goat.
Can you hear me?
Hang on. Let's just look around first before we start digging into crab nets. Oh, there's
The
someone here.
boat, Edward! Where's our boat?
Lissy.
So, boat, Betty. Let's just see where Lizzie was
Where
at.
did you go? Why did you leave me?
It stopped raining and you were sleeping, and our boat, it's gone.
The boat... What? How?
Maybe you didn't secure it properly.
I pulled it up. I don't know. I thought I tied it securely, but... Did you see Betty?
Did I see... What are you talking about?
I think... Betty... It was Betty. It was her. It must have been her. I saw her face in the window and...
Good work, ghost
she
hunters.
vanished into the dark towards the sea.
Martin, plot twist. There never was a
Really didn't
boat.
see anyone.
I haven't seen a single soul. Are you sure it was her and
Yes.
not...
I mean, I saw her face and it looked like her.
Well, if it was her, why did she run away?
I don't know.
Press X to doubt.
It's getting dark. Back to the house. And tomorrow.
Tomorrow's another day, Teddy Bear. We'll figure it out. Right now, let's get you cleaned up. Look at you. You've got mud all over yourself. And then you really need to sleep. You must be exhausted. Come on.
Day 2. Yeah, Colin kept me right. The boat was leaking. Draug took it back to fix it. Absolutely fine. 100% fine. Still sleeping on the sofa. And we're back. So sorry, well, I just want to say compliment Cap and Favor 6. Thank you kindly for those bits, even though they were used to make me very, very nervous. Touch the scarf. Just give it a touch.
I will find you again.
Don't make it weird. Favor 6, that is a good question. Whose hat was that in the crab? You want to see a creepy face? Scar's impressive.
Teddy, come outside. It's a beautiful day.
Christopher's like, yep, that face is going to be an octopus at some point. There's still no one here.
I just about given up on you ever waking up. Sleep well?
I dreamed of Betty.
That view.
She was in the garden, and she called for me.
How about you, Lissy dearest? Oh, you know me, old fruit, wide awake at first light.
The Fretlands didn't come home, did they?
They did not. There's no sign of anyone. Aside from last night's Mistwalker.
I've been thinking about that.
It was a goat. He's still confused about what happened last night. Did he see any shadows? What? Convinced it was Betty, or confused that the night was a dream? Or maybe it was shadow.
It was dark. Maybe I just saw a shadow.
Yeah, that was totally it.
Shadow. That's very unlike you, old boy. Usually you scurry off in the opposite direction.
I didn't get a good look. I'm not even sure there was anyone there.
Oh, there must be someone here. And I'm not talking about ghosts. Or goats. What was it you said yesterday? Maybe they're peeking at us through the windows.
I'll take a gander. The Fretlands will be home soon. And Betty's here. I know it. I feel it.
If you say so, Teddy Bear. Have you had your noodle juice yet?
I'm not rummaging through their cupboards.
You'll be a pill without your tea and toast, old bean. We need to get you sorted.
I'm not hungry. First point on the agenda.
I'm loving the dialogue.
A mission! Hot dog! I'll scout ahead. I'll meet you down by those houses.
Honestly, friends, if this whole game just turns...
Cover your secrets, Glavik.
If this whole game just ends up being a lovely little, like, romp through a guy's, like, you know, oh. Oh, that's cool. Nice little notebook system. Press J to view your journal. Yeah, Martin, maybe this is a guy just going through a full mental breakdown and accidentally ends up staying in someone's home. Can we get in? No? Actually, accidentally ends up staying in someone's home for the whole time. Like, I'd kind of be okay with that, you know? The game is beautiful. The dialogue is... soft is the wrong word. But you know what I mean. It's... the dialogue is, at the same time... it is as approachable as it is different from our kind of, like, day-to-day cadence. There you are, you goat bastard! I see you! Meh. Sorry. Will starts making an interesting point, is immediately interrupted by Goat. What What's down this way? Let's go the long way around down to town. See what we find. The men who stare at goats. Right here. Yes, the vicious mountain ghost monster. But yeah, even if this is all this game presents, that's the only spook left there to unsettle us and then show us the, you know, the realities of what, you know, of what Teddy's going through. That'd be okay. The other thing is that the fjord does kind of look like a Cthulhu, like, wet bar. Like, he kind of swims on up, sits down, and is like, hey, guys, got a thing? And we're like, and he's all like, cool. And I'm seeing some strong theories in chat about how this could go down, and I think they're all very, very, very valid. Actually, just... Oh, this is... I don't know if this is a timed event, or if there's just a, like, we can sit and just observe the environment. The trees, yeah, the trees are gorgeous. And when you think the kind of team it would have taken to create something of this fidelity back in the day is very impressive. Okay. That's cute. So now this shows us how much of Gravik we've explored, and the journal drawings, I guess, will be elements later on. There. See, friends, I can't promise you that every game we're always going to play is going to be the greatest game of all time, but I've never brought you a boring game. I'm definitely getting Ethan Carter flashbacks from this. Not going to the church just yet. I do also like how unintrusive the UI is, while clearly telling us the ways and the places where we can interact.
Up here, Teddy.
Oh, it's over there.
Hey, eyes up here.
That's weird.
You gone blind, old bean? I'm in the tree.
Can you all give me a quick translation on that?
Up here, Teddy.
Do I need to worry? Quasi says, I found some of them... I found some of them a tad boring. You do a great job making it entertaining, or informative at the very least. You know what? I'll take that as a compliment. It does mean I need to step up my game.
Up here, Teddy.
I hear you, Quiet!
It's such a beautiful day. You could bottle and sell this air in Boston. It's frankly medicinal. Teddy,
It's chilly.
that's all you have to say? It's chilly?
You're not cold.
Why would I be?
I thought you were scouting ahead.
What do you think I'm doing? Vantage point, like on a pirate ship. I can probably see our house in Hanover from here.
Did you check those buildings?
Knocking on doors isn't a scout's job, old bean.
So jumping back into chat, the name Alf was like, do I need to worry? You know, if you have to ask. Jaralan and Scorponi were both said that in Norwegian it means traitor. Yeah. Cool. If you could be a little bit more corporeal, that'd be great. Knock, knock.
Hello? Anyone here?
Why, hello, Mr. American. Please come in for a cup of tea and biscuits.
You're not helping. Also, they drink coffee here, not tea.
Savages.
Right?
No one home?
I worked with a guy who used to do handstands during the day. There's an open plan office. So occasionally you'd be tapping away on an email or working on something, and you'd just see a pair of feet suddenly appear from behind your monitor. I never got used to that.
Anyone home?
Unless they're playing hide and go seek, I'd say that's a no.
Scarponi, that particular gentleman, I don't know how his arms are.
Third time's the charm.
He, oh, hey. Royal Seal. Thank you for the 300 bits there. That didn't quite scare the heck out of me, but that did make me very nervous for a moment there. But thank you kindly. Hindle, what ho, friend. This is Draugen. We are in a small, isolated Norwegian village attempting to look for our sister. Everything is fine and normal and fine. Like, totally fine. Oh, would you look at that? The door's open!
Hello? Who's there?
Oh, good! Reflective, how are you doing? Reflective kicking off the bat with, I live my life by two laws. Murphy's Law and Cole's Law. Murphy's Law is because everything in life falls apart. And Cole's Law is because sliced cabbage is nice. Thrame's calling a sixth sense. Not a bad idea. Strags says, ugh, is there anything more annoying than taking ownership of an application from another dev team that's resistant? Yes, when you're not allowed to murder them for being incompetent. Remember, no body, no crime. Caffeine's got to head out. Caffeine, thank you kindly. I'll try my very best not to get eaten by the old ones. And I'll let you all know how this goes. As Kestrel says, this is a totally fine and lovely normal village where nothing bad ever happens. Resigned Vixen, what ho and welcome. This is Draugen. It is utterly gorgeous. We are in a small, isolated village in Norway, looking for our sister. No one's here at all, but I'm sure that's fine. I am sure that's fine.
Hello? Anyone home?
Well, so Lizzie, we don't know. We don't know. This, as Sadlin put it earlier on in the show, this has the same kind of warnings as What Became of Edith Finch. So... Thanks, I hate it. Alright, so Lizzie's still out there doing cartwheels. I'm reading it. I'm reading it.
September 21st, 1923. Vi desperata. Lissy, found something here. Escalated from words to stones. Blood has been spilled. The curse haunts us all. There is no hope left in Gudsforlata. Good. God. Right. In this God-forsaken place. The death of the Jiminy. Death of the children was the end of Grovik. Whatever remained of our souls departed with them. You should see this, Lissy. The letter just trails off. Was never sent.
to look around. Ah. Slice the pie, slice the pie. Sorry, slice the pie was how my friend taught me to go around corners in Counter-Strike. Slice the pie. I'm sure there's a proper term for it. I find myself doing it more in horror than in shooting. Because I've just come to accept that I'm never going to be good at Counter-Strike.
Did you see this door closing?
It was just the wind, Teddy Bear. You're as skittish as a pussycat. 3 strikes, you're out.
I don't think anyone's been home for a while.
You're not helping.
Someone painted the
And
word
you're upside down.
on one of the doors. And there was a letter. It sounded foreboding.
Well, you were wrong. The villagers are not indoors.
Alright, let's explore some
I
more.
saw some sheds down by the water. There's the general store, the church.
In other words, time for some sightseeing? Well, it's a bright and beautiful day, and we have nothing better to do.
Also, how this gentleman is functioning without a cup of tea, I do not know.
Handstands, Teddy. My record is 2 minutes. I'm working on 3. Just go on ahead. I'll catch up.
Okay, so firstly, Baron Sheep. What, old friend? How are you doing? The thing with the thing hasn't... They haven't turned on the thing with the thing yet. So I'm anxiously checking settings and stuff. Resigned Vixen, Harmonious, Doom Ninja, Kestrel, everyone who's just rolled on in. If you haven't had a proper hello from me, what and welcome. Doom Ninja's asking, does anyone know if there's a horror game that does the normal horror things but is no monster? See, yes. But that would undermine the experience of that game. So I don't want to tell you. And it is a very interesting way of doing it, because one of the good things about video games being so very specific in its language and its style, like the language of the experience of video games, you know, if you give someone a room with a save point and a crap load of ammo, they know there's a boss room coming. If you start with a brand new character with lots of gear, you know they have about like 5 minutes to live. You know, all of that sort of thing. What's fascinating is that... I'll check that in a second.
How about we don't go back to Hanover and stay here instead?
And how would I survive?
Hunt? Harvest? Forage? People have survived here for centuries.
Oh, I am going to sit and draw. She went, as if there was something spooky. I'm going to ignore it and talk to you lot. I just want to take, I guess, a breath and a beat. Like, in this moment, there is something unsettling about this place, and yet at the same time, utterly beautiful. It is as idyllic a village as you could create. Visually stunning, just utterly breathtaking. And we know the reasons that have brought us here are strange, and that there are elements here that are unsettling. But when juxtaposed with this beautiful environment, it almost makes you wonder. Because Reflective was saying that they're always bewildered by people in horror that act as though every horror movie, book, game has never existed. But in the same way that we don't leap at every creaking floorboard, or, you know, we don't freak out at every crash of thunder. It is normality that adds an element. There is a grounding in the beauty of this place. Whereas if it just been set at night, going from spooky place to spooky place, we'd have been like, yeah, alright. When are you coming out, Mr. Squiggly Face Monster? There you are. Cthulhu buddy, up high. Up high. Down below. Yeah. Of course, now my brain is leaking out my ears, but that's not the point. I just want to take a moment to appreciate the juxtaposition here and how well that is doing to potentially ground us. This game could just be about this guy the stuff he's going through and his failure to cope with it. Or it's a horror game, and it's going to mess us up 8 ways from Sunday. I mean, so Baron's saying, as a night custodian, that you ignore a knot, because if you don't, you get paranoid and freak out at every little thing. And I think that's interesting. And reflective, I didn't mean that to be a counter to your point. It was more that films aren't something I can comment on with the same inspiration, but one of the things that made Lost in Vivo so good is that it acknowledged all the video game horror tropes that we know and used them to subvert our expectation repeatedly. It used weird elements with its pacing. It threw us for a loop. It gave us rewards and goodies to make us nervous, not to make us feel safe. It used so much of what we know. So yeah. Obsidipan, you know what? There are worse ways to spend an evening. Obsidipan says they have a confession to make. They were going to go to sleep, but then end up looking at cute anime involving food. Now they're making second dinner. That's fair. I have to actually limit the amount of food anime that I watch because it makes me too hungry. Oh, I'm reflective for saying as an additional point that during the 1920s, the world of stage and book were going through a transition to what people call modern horror. Very yes. And it's interesting which elements of that stuck and which ones didn't. I remember talking to a very good friend of mine about the impact of science and the additional impacts that our expanded knowledge of the universe was having on people at the cultural level. The understanding that, there were things out there in the cosmos beyond our understanding, and that fed into a lot of, especially Lovecraft's early work. And again, we are not supporting Lovecraft the bad person, because he was a terror. Oh, Beadora says, speaking of, I should have been in bed 2 hours ago. I do not help with your sleep patterns, Beadora, and I'm very sorry about that. Oh, that's cute. All the little pages are coming together. Alright, so as we find stuff, it's making notes. So let's go check out the general store. And then go from there. So Beadora, go have some lovely sleeps. And much like Obsidipan, if you can't sleep, we'll be here. You got me for a good long while today, because we're not seeing we're not seeing one whole Star War until like 10:30.
Betty would have taken plenty of constitutionals here. She loves the outdoors.
How so? She's a city girl.
I'm sure she gets tired of Manhattan. And when she was little, she loved playing in the garden back in Hanover, especially around the pond.
Are you alright?
I just miss her.
Yeah. See, Miyaki Sakura says they're unsettled by how Lizzie appears to be everywhere we go. Not our Lizzie, obviously. That is unsettling. I kid. But, see, this is one of those elements where you could use our knowledge and expectation of a game to unravel the player. Unobservant individuals, people who are very, introvert, who are very internally focused, often miss the minor actions of those around us. Lizzie might just be a regular, normal person, but this game is going to a great effort to add an uncanny element to her movements and her observation. We don't see a lot of what she does, and I think it knows that.
Fretland and Son.
How do you figure?
It's on the sign above the entrance. And on this photograph. Frederick and Simon Fretland.
Something bad is written inside. I don't want to go in there. Let's have a look at the local newsletter.
They had a memorial service for the accident in the mine. On July 24th, in the village church.
For something that happened 20 years ago?
it still affected their lives.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
See, that's how we'll handle the situation. Battle mechs.
Howdy.
Hey, Daedreamer. How are you doing, friend? Firstly, happy 14 months to you. We're playing Draugen, and you are cordially invited to join us. We are on a small Norwegian island trying to find our missing sister, and nothing is weird or wrong. Nothing at all. Also, Kerry B, how are you doing, friend? What? Oh, and welcome! Sorry, Daedreamer, that should have been the proper greeting for you there. Yeah, you're right. Cryosticks, they only wrote traitor on that person's door because...
The ferry route is no longer operating.
Rats!
Mrs. Fretland already informed me in her letter.
I know. Still warrants a resounding rats.
I wonder why it stopped running.
Look around. How many people live here? 20? 30?
I can almost
can't be
understand
enough
the
for a ferry
writing
route.
here, but not
Things got
quite.
quieter
It
after
gives
the
me a
mine closed
headache
down.
underscore.
They need to move on and find something else to put their village on the map. Tobacco farming, maybe.
Whew. So congratulations, Thrame. You got a proper jump out of me there. And when you say you don't understand the writing, do you mean how they are discussing how the text is presented? I'm curious to know your observations. Well, you know what, Kerry? That I can help with. This whole village area is utterly gorgeous. It might be a spooky game. It might be the story of a person dealing with loss. Or it might just be a really weird little walking sim. Who knows? Everything's fair game right now. Colin McCap says it's fun being able to read these pamphlet signs on our own. That's way cool. So that means you're way ahead of me.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Wanted to wait until it was quietish. What ho?
What ho indeed, friend. Snuggly, yo, how are you doing? As I said before, we're playing this. It's rather marvellous. How about your good self? And Kaibo, I'm glad I'm giving you a very quiet evening's entertainment.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And Compliment Cat, not wanting to be outdone, is decided to rep for House Carl thoroughly here, gifting a sub to Kerry B. Kerry's like, I was trying to sub again. House Carl do not heck around. I mean, I joke about it. I know how exceptionally lucky I am to have this bunch of Mother Hubbards that consider hunting the unsubs to be a sport. Which, I might add, I tried to dissuade them from in the past. I've had no luck doing it. But, yeah. So, Compliment Cat, thank you kindly. And Reflective Light, my best bet is the third act turned into a 2D platformer. But, okay, I don't think it's going to. But what if this game went full Nier? What if this experience that we're seeing, this kind of like very, very Lovecraftian, very, very Edgar Allan Poe style mystery unfurled into this meta-narrative about how we observe and how we deal? We would never see that coming.
The telegraph is out of order.
Well, there goes my plan. NOSOS.
This was 2 years ago, but the notice is still up.
How can it take 2 years to get something
Stop
like that
that
fixed?
incessant
Couldn't afford
clicking.
it, or couldn't get anyone to come fix it.
Well, this place really is off the
Yo!
map.
Marshall Ray, you feckin' legend! Ray, thank you kindly. Marshall Ray just gifted out 5 subs to the crowd like it's no big deal. To WWSQ Blitz, to GCPH, The Sandwich Kitsune, Silent Mike, and Ironbug Champ. Marshall Ray, as always. Thank you kindly. Daedreamer, I have heard of Andian, but we haven't streamed the first one yet. I think I have both of them.
Stop that incessant clicking.
So that's something to get to look forward to in the future.
Here be dragons. Or Draugans, I guess.
It is Draugens. I was pronouncing it correctly.
The ferry would have made the trip here much easier.
And you wouldn't have had to pay that farmer a fortune to rent his boat.
I had no choice.
We should keep his boat. If it comes back. Bring it with us to
Stop
Hannah.
that incessant
Do what
clicking.
exactly?
I don't know. Grow parsley in it? Use it in the pond? Forget it. Stupid idea.
Well, so the Dreamer, without going into it too yo! All right, before we continue, I'm going to go up to the top and do some more drawing because you all are feeling incredibly wonderful. So after Marshall Ray gave out 5 subs, Kerry's like, well, I will not be outdone.
Stop that incessant clicking.
So, yo! Kerry, thank you kindly. I know there's another drawing spot up the road, so I'm going to just head to that one. Yeah, Alpha, I'm as shocked as you are. Jaralan, that would be lovely. Send it to me via the Discords, and we'll do. I can pop another couple into. I can pop another couple into the giveaway sheet when we do
Stop that incessant clicking.
Mosh Pit Simulator stuff. So now we can sit and have a draw. And Thrame, not to be outdone, throwing in an extra gifted sub as well. So who were the hits? Who were the targets?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Let me just quickly go back to. So Kerry giving out 5 subs that went to Quad Pixel, Hariel, Tekanai Clear, Azagran, and the Rad Puppy, which is very kind of you. And then Thrame gave one out that went to Zerian Maelstrom. My word, you do have some interesting usernames, dear friends.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Sorry, bear with me just a second, dear friends. Just a second. I do apologise for this inconvenience. All of you gifting out subs right now, you are a magnificent bunch of Mother Hubbards. And hang on, I tell you what, I can do the faffery from my. I think I can do the faffery from my mobile phoning device.
Stop that incessant clicking.
So we can at least look at the gorgeous environments. My camera did get small because I realised that I didn't want to take up as much space as I had been prior, and I figured if I'm all the way back here, you all can't see me, so I thought I'd be here. So at least you can get more of a laugh when I freak out. Oh, Snuggly, Eastshade is lovely.
Incessant clicking.
I also love how this is completely juxtaposed to the environment we're in. Lovely Mother Hubbards. Oh, and Navalis, thank you kindly. There is a Star Wars sale on the Humble Bundle, which Navalis threw in. And while I'm not playing a Star Wars game today, so we can basically hide away from villainous...
Stop that incessant clicking.
From villainous spoilers, but yeah. Miyagi-Skuro says, are you eventually going to get to the shop? I'm going to try and avoid it for as long as I can. So... bear with me all a second. Update. So do bear with me a second, friends. As I do apologise. I do apologise.
Stop that incessant clicking.
I'm sorry that I can't tell you what it is that I'm doing right now. But little ears maybe we're listening.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Hey! And reflective on top of all of that. You want to Post Malone? That's a terrifying prospect. So, I know we're going to have to go get into the shop very shortly. But, once again, we can just take a little moment here. Oh, and we got our extra little drawings as well. There's something very quaint about... We don't need those collectibles per se.
Who wants to sing?
Hey, and Cryostix, thank you kindly for the host there as well. Alright, now we'll head back to the setup. Oh, reflective, I didn't say I was against Post Malone. It's the idea of that particular individual watching our setup here made me chortle. And Cryostix, it's no worry, it's no worry. Is this another drawing point? Or is this just an investigation point?
Who wants to sing?
Hey! TSCTH, thank you kindly. Just getting all the sketches in. And Geraldine, thank you for throwing that code in. I will wholeheartedly add it to the grand pile. I mean, Doom Ninja, you are correct. One must sketch them all. Though the equivalent of this would actually be me playing Pokemon and ignoring this beautiful fjord. Oh, I mean, what if we just stayed here all day? You know, listen to the water, hang out, draw some villages. The idea of our character just kind of going, you know what? I'm happy here. Let's just do this. Is that such a terrible thing? And through him, I bet you can find a dope Gyarados here. Shackle's like, but would you be pining for the fjords? Probably. I mean, as someone who spent a large amount of time working next to... It's a cute little drawing. Working next to the ocean, the amount of Gyarados I had on Pokemon Go was ridiculous. The amount of Magikarps I threw into the grinder, more ridiculous. Alright, so we'll do the last little bit of banter here, and then I'm gonna go in there. I already saw some Nopington Nopestus in there, so
It must have been so isolated, with no easy way in or out.
Aren't there boats?
You saw how much work it was to cross the fjord. And if the weather's bad,
It can't be healthy, being so isolated, cooped up inside, reading the collected works.
yeah, all right, I get
This
it.
village is basically you, Teddy.
I said, all right.
alright. I don't want to go in. I already saw. Alright, I'll let you in on the little secret. As I was heading up, you'll see the start of some graffiti. There's no lean button in this, but
Applesauce.
Why lock any doors? I can't imagine they have a problem with punks and hoodlums.
The sign says they're closed, but I thought maybe...
oh,
Hello?
applesauce.
Are you open? Is anyone there?
Can't you just bust down the door? Locks be damned.
Breaking and entering, I will not. I'll just dislocate my shoulder.
Yeah, compliment cap. That's great news. Now we don't have to go on in. Oh, we'll look around the back. Good news, everyone. Now we've seen enough to know that we're in trouble. No. No way in the back. Oh well.
Someone would have seen us by now.
Even if they were all hiding indoors. Maybe there was a spell or curse that made them all invisible.
Honestly, Lissy.
Or maybe we are the invisible ones. But then we would see them, wouldn't we? No, I think my original thesis is more likely.
The villagers turning invisible is the more likely thesis.
Do try to keep an open mind, Edward, darling.
Alice.
Hello.
Whose hat is that? I do like this. Alice? Hello.
Lissy.
What is it?
Somebody needs this ladder. Oh. Other video games would be able to parkour right the heck up. Give it some effort. Right, well, that didn't work. Thraim's like, there you are. She has playfully spoiled the plot. You two are deader than a disco. Alright, well, let's see if our... Let's see if we can find out about our boat.
There's no damage to the rope.
I don't know what that means.
Nobody cut it. I guess the knot could have unraveled on its own.
Didn't you say you used a sailor's knot?
I'm a scholar, not a fisherman.
So who took our boat? A ghost?
There must be a logical explanation. It's safe to say no ghost in the night stole our boat.
If you say so.
Night boat.
But then who were you chasing after last night? A shadow?
I don't know. It was probably all in my head.
It was a goat! A literal goat! Let's check this place out. Okay, nothing to see. I guess it wants us to sit and stand and talk to Alice.
The weather is favorable today.
I did a little dance last night. Appeasing the weather gods. Thor, in particular, was mightily impressed.
Was it?
He promised to back off with the thunder and lightning for a spell. And don't you know, he proposed to me.
Oh.
But I told him I'm not into gods. I prefer jazz musicians.
Tell me this game is not utterly charming. Yeah, Thor would. Aha!
A boat! Teddy! A hot dog! This is our ticket out of here!
You're
Not
very
without
fast. Well, that's what happened to the last one. It's not much of a boat. Like, there's a few ruined ones. Well, 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 what do we have here?
What's this?
Remnants of the mining operation.
What, mine?
Remember, I told you yesterday. There was a mine here, but it closed down 20 years ago.
I know, Edward. I was just checking for a sense of humor. Still nowhere to be found.
Min Om. It's a memorial. 3 men died when the mine collapsed in 1902. Georg Hatlestad, Niels Frambu, Arne Fretland.
See, this is what working a regular job... Did you say Fretland?
The younger brother who was mentioned in the article. The newspaper said the accident forced the mine to shut down.
What does any of this have to do with us?
I still don't know why Elizabeth came here.
And you think it has something to do with this mine?
Or with what it did to the village. Maybe.
Sorry, Snuggly, I missed your comment earlier of just being like, it was definitely a ghost. Or a mummy. Perhaps a Dracula. Miyaki Sakura, I think the church is probably where we'll end up.
He was just 19.
How long?
And I'm sure it's going to be fine and not a terrible, terrible disaster.
too
Where's my
young
hair?
for a dirty job like digging into rock.
It's all over the
In
place
real
today.
world, Lissy,
Yeah,
most
Scorpione,
teenagers
a
don't have
Dracula.
the luxury to idle away their days with games and witty repartee.
Ouch.
Ah! Oh, feel like we got called out a little bit there. Just a little bit. God, this area is just idyllic. Yeah, Mirror, you're right. There are many kinds of Dracula. No!
Did you brush your hair today, Will?
We both know the answer to that favour.
It's quite peaceful.
But thank you
No
very
one was
kindly for
around?
the 300.
I'd strip naked. The earth would delight in my bare feet. The wind would savor playing with my hair.
Is that so?
I don't know, I just like being naked. But not when you're around, Teddy Bear.
Okay. Reminder that girl is 17.
What did they use this for?
Bringing the ore down from the mine before it was loaded onto boats.
So, diamonds? Gold? Or just boring old silver?
Iron ore.
Or what?
Rock, which contains iron
I know.
deposits that
Okay, Edward.
Iron ore. Or what? No, iron ore contains... Okay.
Where do these tracks lead?
to the mine. Where else would they go?
I don't know. A castle up in the mountains where the frost giants live. And this is how they receive their monthly offering of meat from the villagers. Goat, I hope.
Listen here, you little... Lizzie is stealing the show.
No trespassing for traitors.
Cool. Want to jump the gate and explore what's on the other side?
It's not safe.
Oh, horse feathers! You may be the most boring man in this country. Where's your sense of adventure, old sport? Don't you want to see where these tracks go?
They lead to the old mine, and no. I've had enough adventure on this side of the fence. Besides, they wrote no trespassing for a reason.
You're such a terrible bore, Teddy Bear.
Yeah, honestly, it was the goat
I'll
that...
wager 1,000 clams you'll jump this gate at some point, if you believe Betty's on the other side.
Frederick Fretland. Who are these traitors he refers to?
What now? We've looked everywhere.
There really doesn't seem to be anyone around.
Maybe we missed something. An important clue. How about the general store? We haven't been inside yet.
It looked deserted, but worth another look, I guess.
Subtle. Oh, Shackle, that would be fascinating. I mean, with what we've seen so far. So, sorry, Shackle put forward the idea of what if the New Game Plus is the same from Lizzie's perspective. That could be fascinating. Because the boy ain't well. Feckin' crows! Feckin' crows, mate. You eat. You eat crow, mate. Need you to just know. Eat. Oh, yeah. After the Thor reference, Odin sends his regards.
Is that? Lizzie, come here. It's Betty's hat. She was here. She could still be in there. Betty? Betty!
Are you sure, Edward? I mean, it's just a hat. Is it
Yo,
even a hat?
yo, we're still in the club.
Sure,
My
I-
sister's hat, Lizzie. I have to get inside.
What about the breaking and entering part?
I could care less what they call it.
Mate, you turn on a dime. Oh, pacha! Oh, would you look at that well-placed attic? You better believe. You better believe it's not going to be in the room we want it to be. Martin says, any way we can get a good look at that text through the window? I don't know. Oh, Mirror Mirror, I do apologise. I've been terrible for introductions today. How are you doing? So this game is Draugen. We have come to an isolated village in Norway to try and track down our sister. And as you can see, everything is normal and fine and nothing is weird. Nothing is weird. See, the best angle I can get is like a top of. I don't have a jump button, so... Sorry, that came out of nowhere. I don't have a jump button, so that's all I can show you right now. Mirror Mirror, I don't know if this game is going to go a horror path. I don't know if it's going to go a... just a psychological...
Stop that incessant clicking.
And Compliment Cap, you are chasing Zenro for top of the feckin' leaderboards for House Carl. Sincerely, thank you. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for gifting us up to Mirror Mirror. Oh, would you look at that.
Here's an open window.
You seem eager to break the law. I approve.
Breaking the law, breaking the law.
It won't budge.
Nah, don't be a milquetoast.
Well, it's stuck.
Attaboy, Teddy. You can do this.
Pull harder. Yet, Lizzie with Be Jazzy Do Crimes.
Can't believe I'm actually breaking. Whoops, Daisy.
Oh my, Teddy. You're such a sap.
Yeet! Yeah, as Miyaki Sakura says, be gay, do crimes.
World traveler, cat burglar.
A cat burglar would, by definition, enter a building on a higher floor.
The state of this place.
Oh, Betty.
Edward,
I hope you weren't here when...
is this blood?
Not necessarily human blood.
That's all right then.
Wow.
What does it say? Barn murder?
Oh,
Someone
feck!
murdered a barn?
Hi, Imes.
So, Shackle Draconis, thank you for the 200 bits. Yup. As Mecromax says, the best criminals are the ones that say, whoops-a-daisy, when they break in. Absolutely. Interesting. Mirror Mirror, I don't know if the pans are up there just as a... That is a very fancy. Also, look how much they last sold. $6.69. Nice. Alright, well, there's some broken bottles. Lot of tinned meat and oh, that's a bucket of nondescript offal. This is gonna be bad.
Barn means child, and mortar, that's...
Child murder. Edward, they murdered a child?
Someone thought so.
Probably the same someone who vandalized the store.
I'm not sure how I feel about being in here.
Don't be ridiculous. We're all alone. What else do you suggest we do?
Yeah. I lost track of who spotted it first, but the list under the counter was a list of traitors.
Keep a list of what he calls traitors.
What did they do to him?
Cross him in some way. Why else keep a list of undesirables?
Good way to censor yourself there. Do you know what's I'm realizing is so very strange? Is, friends, we've only spent about an hour and a half in this game. It feels like we've been here for hours and hours, but in a good way. Like, the pacing feels so slow. I don't remember how long we've been here, but at the same time, it's not in a bad manner. Let me guess. That one's gonna be locked.
Damnation.
Yeah, but you know how Martin
Here.
usually that
Calm down,
thoroughly.
old boy. Anyway, how's a hat going to help us?
Who knows what else is in here? There could be more clues.
All right. Okay. Everything's Jake. We made it into the store. I'm sure we'll find a way through that door.
Everything's Jake. But yeah, so Martin, usually when I become engrossed in games like this, I become very, very detached. And time seems to just blink past me. But this, I just...
The key must be here.
You know, you're better at finding things than me, Teddy Bear. It's been cut. Why?
To remove someone from the picture.
Well, that's just rude.
It's from the opening of the mine in 1897. That's Frederick, Johann's brother.
And the boy could be the younger brother who died.
Frederick clearly did not want anything to do with his twin brother.
And nothing ever went bad again, the end. Mirror Mirror says, why am I incredibly afraid of what happens when we reach the hat? Because of the exceptional framing and pacing of this. Would you, So it's not going to be done. You're not stealing any money. Oh, goody. Some kind of children's room. A lot of unsent mail. The telegraph.
Out of order.
Yeah.
Why hasn't it been fixed?
Perhaps there wasn't much demand for it anymore.
S-O-S. Oh boy. If only this thing worked. We could order a boat to come get us. Or, even better, order some hot grub.
One thing that's interesting is Lizzie does appear to be able to physically move us out of the way. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Scorponi says, could you have food over by telegram? Yeah, like 2 or 3 weeks.
What are you doing?
Looking for keys.
Your life of crime continues.
There's a note.
Is it written in Viking runes? What does it say?
It says...
It's from Simon. Casa. I don't know what that word means. Yai put it means I put. Knuckle is key.
He put the key in the casa?
Casa. I wish I had my dictionary.
See,
The
now
note's
I...
addressed to his father.
So the key was moved. But where to?
Somewhere safer. Or more convenient.
Can we really trust your translations? You only started studying a month ago.
I spent the summer reading, and I had a lot of free time on the ocean voyage.
Come on, how much could you possibly pick up in a few months?
Always
No,
compliment Cap,
it's a
always.
sponge.
See, Mal was saying they're waiting for one of these games to go into survival horror territory out of left field. Now, there is a game that I've been recommending to people all year called Lost in Vivo. But, Casa means checkout. Thank you! I think Compliment Cap might be a few seconds behind just because of, like, you know, good old speed of light. But, yeah.
These were never sent.
How long have they been piling up?
I received Mrs. Fretland's letter in June.
A couple of months. Perhaps the world forgot about Grovik.
These were never sent.
How long have they been piling up?
I received Mrs. Fretland. Casa.
Rock
So
the
that's
casa!
what it is.
Rock
That's
the
what-
casa! Please don't be full of blood and bees.
You're a genuine gangster now, old fruit. Don't worry. If you get busted, I'll come visit you in the big house. Wasn't there supposed to be a key?
Here it is.
Sharif don't like it. Doom, ba doom, 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 doom. I am using humor to deflect my fear. Snuggly, it's and you're right. Katros did put the translation in as well. I apologize, I missed that one, but it's one of the things, Snuggly, I'm so grateful for, that we have so many people from so many different, you know, countries and walks of life. It's actually one of the reasons why I start streaming the hours I do. It's because that way I get to see more people's. I'm gonna unbolt the door now, so I don't have to do the whole, like, stars running and fumbling. Alright. Hellflame's asking, old fruit? At what point are they just making up old screwy language? I guess we'll never know. Oh, that's not good.
It is her hat.
Teddy, I'm not
Betty
sure
was
that's...
here, and not long ago.
Okay, but if that is her hat, what's it doing in a locked storeroom?
Another breadcrumb.
That's not an answer.
I know for sure she was here. That's what matters.
You know best, Edward. So, what now? If this is a breadcrumb, where's the next one?
There must be a reason her hat's in this room.
I mean, you're right. They left a note. We'll give that a
What's that?
read. I'm sure nothing bad will happen.
I'm not blind. What does it say, you silly goose?
It's hard to read. I'm not sure my translation will be... Johann, you... Nectar. Refuse. You refuse to speak to me, so I write this letter instead. It's from Frederick Fretland to his brother. Simon did
I'll leave this
not-
up for those of you that can read it.
Hell. Simon did not murder your Ruth. He was fond of his cousin.
Ruth. Ruth is the daughter of Anna and Johann, which means the little girl in the photograph at the farmhouse.
Ooh.
Edward, the Fretland girl was murdered. This is simply awful.
Simon was working at the farm while I tended to the store. I would have seen him had he passed on the way up to the cliffs.
They thought Simon killed Ruth. His own cousin.
Ruth was... what's that word? Playing. Ruth was always playing on the rocks below the church. She must have fallen by accident. The note ends there. Frederick never finished it. And Johann never read it. Not that it would have made a difference. If Johann
The
thought...
mob showed up for Simon. His father would have tried to protect him.
September 17th. You would have been here, Betty.
Rocks below the church. Isn't the church right above us? Edward, come look at this. That's the cliff. Right there. The one in the note? I bet you 1,000,000 clams.
Where?
See for yourself.
So jumping back in, I do like Alpha the Deluge with the narrator's voice. Edward did not, in fact, know best. And yeah, Geraldine, you're right. Lizzie is weird when the subject of Betty comes up. And yeah, Hellflame, we're learning a lot of the old-timey language today. I mean, 1,000,000
I
clams,
guess
see?
that could be where...
Let's check it out.
No, Lissy, wait.
Narrator's voice. Lissy did not, in fact, wait. And she's gone. To the old 4-point search. Compliment campsite. And now I'm hungry for clams.
This way. I found it, Teddy. The cliff. I'm standing right below it.
What are you doing? This doesn't concern
The
us.
little girl died. We're staying in her home, for God's sake. Are you completely without heart? Get yourself up here, Edward Harden, right this minute.
Yeah,
Come on, it's an easy climb.
This
Yes,
looks
dude.
very dangerous.
He
Oh,
gave
you're
it his
a big
best.
Boy? Start acting like it. It's not Mount Everest.
I don't know about this.
Oh, you're fine. Starcat with fun fact: ye olde means the. There's that feckin' goat again. Don't think I didn't hear that. Goat locked.
What is this?
Where little Ruth died.
You're being morbid. And this is a distraction. I'm here for Betty, not because some girl
Edward.
got herself...
You insensitive brute. You're like the Tin Woodman, no heart. You've grown cold and mean in that horrid study of yours. With only books and bugs to keep you company for years and years and years.
Hey, J-Post.
There are other people in this world, you know. It's not all about you. You're going to do this. If not for Ruth, then for us. We're going to figure out what happened to the poor girl. Together.
Yeah, Compliment Cat. This is actually very, very, very complicated DLC for Goat Sim.
That's been here a while.
Didn't you say it happened over a month ago?
You'd think her family would have replaced it with fresh flowers.
Alright, the
Is
rock.
that blood?
The girl could have hit her head on that rock. There would have been plenty of blood.
That's awful.
There's
I
something.
think there's something behind it.
There
Can you
is.
move the rock aside?
I can. Just want to check the damage.
Something struck this bush. She must have landed on it when... on her way down.
That's ghastly, Edward.
Oh. I'm sure everything is fine. Oh, a doll with no
Must be
head.
Ruth's.
Where's the head?
Creepy
Maybe
brooch.
the killer also decapitates dolls.
Hold on. This pin. This is old. Very old.
Oh,
Looks like
good.
Something from the Viking era.
We are in the land of Vikings.
That explains the laser
Thousands
raptor.
of years old. It does not belong on a child's doll.
Who cares? Ruth is dead and you're obsessing about a rusty old pin? Let's go further up. Maybe we'll find more clues. Come on, old sport. It's not far.
Yeah,
Can you
Mal.
wait just 1 minute so that I can catch my breath.
And she's gone. Mal makes a good point that even
follow the same
if not
path.
literally, at least figuratively,
Just stumbling through darkness.
Lizzie is kind of playing Edward's conscience. Whether Lizzie is someone that Edward's constructed, or his guilt, or something, or a genuine straight-up person. I go back to my previous points that if we were just walking around a spooky-ass, like, town, a lot of the misdirection works because there is the possibility that we are wrong. What Reflective Gamer was saying earlier in the show about how, you know, characters who ignore horror tropes. It's still fucking gorgeous. Mecha Mac, I don't have a jump button.
You can see clear beyond the edge of the world. You're right. It is awfully chilly.
One
Oh,
second.
Teddy Bear. We need to take you out walking more often.
So, the girl fell from up here.
Was pushed, you mean? Can you see where she fell?
Oh.
If she fell headfirst on that rock, she'd have died instantly.
Edward, honestly.
You wanted to learn more. This is you learning more. She hit her head and fell into the bush where I found her doll. Happy now, Alice?
I'm not. What was she doing up here in the first place?
What are we doing up here in the first
She was
place?
a child. Children play in dangerous places.
There must be more to it. Let's find out where this path leads.
No, absolutely not.
And she's off again. That time there was footstep
Time for this
noises.
nonsense.
So Mirror
Running in
Mirror,
the daylight, and Betty's still
all we know is
still out there.
Lizzie or Alice came over on the boat with us, didn't row, I might add. And I don't believe I don't believe we've discussed our relationship to Alice. But it seems to be very familiar and not... Maybe in a family level. Like, we had a little power nap on her earlier. I don't see you, goat! But it didn't seem to be like an...
Lissy, slow down.
Had a...
I can't keep up with you. Who knows what's up there? It's not
Yeah,
worth the
Crysticks,
risk of falling and breaking something.
Ward is a good term.
Lissy, are you there?
I'm trying to think of a term of partner that isn't condoning. I don't believe they are partners. Goat is actually the Draugen. I mean, wouldn't be a problem.
Teddy,
My word. Look away, Lissy.
is this what happened to the villagers? They killed themselves?
Oh, good.
One body. Let's not jump to conclusions.
That's not a suicide.
Ugh, this is just ghastly. What made him do this? How long has he been...
From the state of the body, perhaps a couple of weeks. It depends on temperature and humidity, of course.
Just quickly check your 6 for goat. What does the sign say?
What does that say?
God forgive me.
Don't suicides go to hell? Isn't that what your father said when
Stop.
your mother drowned
Don't.
herself?
Whoa! We're just gonna roll that little nugget in.
Who was he? One of the Fretlanders?
It's not Johann or Frederick. And he's too old to be Simon.
Do you think this has something to do with Ruth? Maybe she came across the hanged man before she died. And it scared her. So she ran and...
This happened later.
There's some consolation in that, I guess. Maybe it's the killer.
Kestrel does still have his hat.
Guilt ate him up and he offed himself.
That's just speculation with no basis in fact. There's nothing more to do here. I'm going back. Let the poor soul rest in peace.
Does it look like he's resting in peace? You're just going to leave him hanging? You're an insensitive brute.
I'm here for Betty. It's tragic, but
Oh.
really none of my concern.
Betty, always just Betty. You don't care about anyone else. What if that was me up there? Would you care then? All you do is obsess over a scarf and a hat and ugh.
It's all I have of Betty.
Betty, there she is again. Edward, the hanged man, he's someone. No matter what he did or didn't do, he deserves... Look at me when I'm talking to you. Well, as I was saying, Edward,
Wow.
the hanged man, he's someone. No matter what he did or didn't do, he deserves respect.
This game is not fecking
Please
around.
just do this one decent deed. If not for me, then for yourself. Or for your Betty.
So, we've dealt with horror games before that are very aware of our...
What are you doing? You can't just pull him down by his legs. Try loosening the noose.
I can't reach that far.
Use the chair. He tried to... We've dealt with horror games before that have taken into account where we're looking and used it. That forced us to look at Lizzie while we're having that conversation, and that's... Yep.
I'm going to be sick. I can't do this.
Yes, you can. Teddy. Edward. I know you can. You've been through much worse.
Alright, we're doing it. As someone said earlier on, Miyaki Takura, is it suicide or murder? We don't know. Listen here, you incorporeal little bad word. Oh.
Where are the Fretlands, Edward?
It's been 2 days. If they're not back tonight,
They're not coming back.
perhaps they left after their daughter died.
Was murdered, you mean? Isn't that what we think happened?
Friends, do we think it's a murder or an accident? There's
Any for your thoughts?
There's no time limit on answering these little bits. But the whole traitor, not traitor. Oh.
Can we talk about this
Oh,
tomorrow?
okay, no, there was a time limit. I
You're
apologize.
exhausted.
I buried a corpse today, Alice.
I know. I'm sorry. Why don't you sleep in the
Murder.
guest bedroom?
The couch is fine. The Fretlands could still come home.
Alright. Just don't come crying to me if you wake up with a crick in your neck. I'll be up for a while, if you feel like talking.
Yeah, I'm with Hellflame. That goat is the only consistent lead we've had so far.
I really thought I'd find Betty today.
Well, I told you not to get your hopes up, Edward. I mean, we just got here. It's a big place. She could be anywhere.
It's just the thought of her alone out there in the dark.
She's a tough cookie, your Betty. Tougher than you, teddy bear.
That she is.
Jumping back in, see, there's a few things, because like Mirror and Meow and a few other people are kind of doing like the meta-analysis versus like the in-game analysis. Like, our knowledge of games and media and art says to us that it's a murder. But from what we've seen, it looks like an accident. But then I present to you that we don't know which game this is going. We don't know if we are solving the mystery of what happened to this child, if we're trying to solve the mystery of what happened to Betty, or if there is no mystery, if this is some bizarre psychological purgatory that our character finds themselves entrapped in. We don't know! Who wants to find out? Psychological feckery! Oh, free ham. Free ham and new notes.
What did you find?
Someone tried to burn this.
Just like the book. Isn't that odd?
It's addressed to Mrs. Fretland. My dearest Anna. It's from her sister, Margaret.
I am going to need a cuppa in a
Frederick's
second,
wife.
though, because this
The
game
two
is
brothers
not fecking
married
around.
sisters, remember?
Yes. And it's adorable. Keep reading.
Do you friends want a...
Shouldn't.
Really?
Oh, sorry.
How else are we going to figure out what happened? Keep reading.
Oh!
Pause when you're talking with us. The game reacts to us standing around doing nothing.
Of course, of course.
To reunite before. It's been 7 years since the dreadful incident at the mine. Can we not convince Frederick and Johann to forgive and forget? I know there are things Frederick has not told me about what they found and why they parted ways. Their grudge is tearing us all apart. Frederick won't even let me speak to half of our neighbors, accusing them of treason. He's so very angry and full of regrets. It's eating him up. And we...
And we what?
The rest is unreadable.
Margaret reached out to her sister, but I guess it didn't work.
This was written before Simon was born, but burned recently.
Well, that's a whole heap of weird. Yeah, Geraldine says, so the book from the start to Ruth. The child from Simon, Frederick's son. That's where they burnt it. Fucking hell. I just came over here for a giant honking piece of ham. Or beef, or whatever that is. I've never had the money for that kind of fancy dry meat. Oh, we can explore the upstairs now. So we're going to have a little look around. beautiful view. You better believe I'm taking screenshots. Oh, Shackle, yeah. I also, at any point, this could turn into like the hallway from PT. Like every time I walk around one of these corridors, I'm just like, oh, that's locked. Oh, a cheerful pair. Okay. So this is the teeny tiny guest bedroom. God, my brain has been automatically conditioned to anytime I see a wooden chest or trunk, I'm like, ooh, goodies. Thanks a lot, video games. And so, here's my thoughts, dear friends. One of us may have guessed right now who Lizzie is, what this adventure is, and what's going on. But right now, you've got to admit that even with all these great guesses, I still want to find out. Oh no, this is Ruth's bedroom. Everybody hanging out at church. Anyone else feel like that's an image that's going to be important later? Like some of the parents are scowling. The dad's having an argument. The twin dad's having an argument. And she's very unhappy. Storing treasure in a cave? Could be a clue. Could just be a kid drawing about treasure. Some rats having a little boogie down. As rats are known to. Old school teddy bear. Old school. The odd couple. Yeah, little squeakers. And just some crayons. But there's nothing... Oh, cool. And there's the creepy doll. I'm sure we'll not see that doll again. Thrain, that's a good point. And now we have a possible inkling as to what she was doing on the cliff. Is that's where her treasure chest is. Alright. Like, who lit the upstairs candles? Just gonna say that out loud. A bit more reading. But yeah, I am gonna need a cup of tea so my brain doesn't melt out the back of my head. Okay. August 3rd, 1923. This morning, I had lemon juice and hot water with no sugar instead of tea. I also had half an apple and dry toast. I've been gaining weight recently. I read about this diet in the paper. It's apparently very popular in London. But I'm dreadfully hungry and crave fried eggs and sausages. Big mood. August 4th, you received an odd letter yesterday addressed to Johann. It's from an American gentleman, Mr. Edward Harvin of Hanover, Massachusetts. The letter is well written and very polite, and Mr. Harden received our information from the Aylstead police when we requested contact in Garvik. Gotta skip that one. I do wonder why they gave him Johann's name and not Frederick's. Perhaps because our dear Margaret is no longer with us, and I am better prepared to respond in English than Frederick. Mr. Harden inquired about his sister, Elizabeth Harden, who's travelling on her own. Apparently she's a journalist. Imagine that! Crossing the Atlantic Ocean to write about Norway. That sounds wonderful. The letter said Elizabeth telegraphed for her brother from Aylesund to inform him that she planned to visit Gravik. Why she'd want to come to this dreary old place, I have no idea. There is nothing here worth writing about anymore. His sister has not arrived yet. If she had, I would have tired her out with questions about America, being a journalist and travelling the world on her own. She sounds so interesting. I do hope she does come, even though she will surely be bored out of her mind. I'll write Mr. Harden today. Johann is not comfortable writing letters, especially in English. He agrees that we should invite Mr. Harden to stay here, if he decides to come. After all, there is no guest house in Gravik, and our spare room is rarely used. Also, I have to admit, having a visitor from America sounds terribly exciting. August 5th. Hang on, so that was August 4th. August 5th. This morning, I had a boiled egg and buttered toast after Johann told me I was being silly and that I need not lose any weight seeing as we're not in London and no one cares. I mean, that's a big mood. Alright. Alright, I'm having a cup of tea after this reading. And yeah, if you have any Theorycraft theories, friends, throw them in. I wrote Mr. Harden to invite him to stay when he decided. I'm very excited. I worry for his sister. I wonder where she could be. So that was, well, let's guess, August 8th. So August 9th. There was an argument in the shop earlier today. Frederick was yelling at poor Astrid, claiming their goats had been grazing on his land. I wanted to speak up, but I knew it'd only make him angrier. August 10th. Johann went across the fjord this morning to purchase some necessities, including some new fabrics. Had to pick up the post. The letters have been piling up in the store. I sometimes worry the world has completely forgotten about us. August 17th. Finished another dress today. This one for myself. There are no customers anymore. No one here needs another dress. So it's been ages since we visited the city. I hardly know anyone there. And who would want their dresses made in Gravik, where they can have one tailored in Ayleston? I feel lonely today, and I miss my dear Margaret so much after all these years. August 20th. I think Ruth is hiding something from me. She's been awfully secretive. She goes off on her own, even more so than usual, and her clothes are filthy. Yeah, we're onto a track. Who was it who said about the cave? Because you were onto a banger. I don't mind her playing exploring, of course. I always did regret Margaret and I not being allowed to run free when we were little. Ruth says she's just looking for flowers and pretty rocks, and I shouldn't worry so much. August 21st. Simon stopped by today with a gift for Ruth. A whole bar of chocolate. Dang. Does sound good. He's a sweet boy, but Frederick would be furious if he knew. That being said, friends, Student Stray sent us back with a half a cheesecake from dinner last night. So I actually have what could only be described as like the highest of top tier dark matter level cheesecake, should the mood arise. Not sure I want to eat it whilst playing this though, in case, I end up inhaling it. I asked Ruth if she plays up by Frederick's farm near the old mine. She promises me she doesn't. I've never had reason not to trust her, but I feel like she's hiding something from me. This is going to turn dark fast, right? We're in agreement. Okay. I looked at her drawings while she's out. She's got such an imagination. September 5th. Received another letter from Mr. Harden. He'll be here in October, as planned. I look forward to having someone else to speak to, if only for a few days. Not that Johann isn't good company, but we have little to converse about outside of our daily routines. There's been no sign of Mr. Harden's sister yet. If she left Ayleston weeks ago, where could she be? She may well have decided to stop along the way. We've heard nothing, but we rarely speak to anyone outside of Gravik these days. I do hope she's all right. I hate for Mr. Harden to come all this way to no avail. Ruth is still being secretive. I know she's hiding something, and one of these days I will follow her. Hey, Lizzie, it's not on me. I'm not skipping days. September 9th, no church service again today. The vicar hasn't been back since the memorial service in July. Johann believes he won't be back, and he has given up on Gravik, like everyone else. I think I'm coming down with a cold. September 5th. Someone damaged our boat during the night. Rapscallions. This is the third one this month, and Johann suspects Frederick, of course. I fear something is bubbling to the surface again. After all these years, I'm not at all feeling well and spent most of yesterday and today in bed. Ruth was sweet and brought me potato soup with tea. It's potato soup and tea with milk and honey. Potato soup and tea sounds grim. Okay. September 18th. She has left us. Our dearest Ruth is gone. I cannot believe it was Simon's doing. He too is now gone, and with him, all hope Gravik had left in it. So Simon... Wait, was it Simon who gave her the bar of chocolate? So there were 2 children in Gravik, and they both died. And now for some totally not at all threatening and slightly horrifying music. Two children from two families that hated each other. Yeah, Miyaki Sakura, that's a good point. They were getting on very well. Got a little achievement there, Piano Man. I also appreciate this game not scaring the Wii right out the back of me, right there, while I was doing that. Martin's like, two cousins, I must also remind you, but by the sounds of things, very young. But yeah, now we know the date.
I feel restless.
You should sleep.
I'm not sure I can. But yes, I'll try. In a bit.
Yeah, so Ruth was young. Tenwin, what, oh friend? So Tenwin, this game is Draugen. We have travelled to a tiny village in Norway searching for our lost sister. And we seem to have stumbled upon a mystery of a little girl that died. Was she pushed? Did she fall? We don't know. We also don't know where this game's going to go. It could be psychological horror. It could be emotional narrative. We don't know. So, welcome to the party, pal. Yeah, notice the suitcase for one is a suitcase for one. Oh, this doesn't bode well. This does not bode well at all. Oh! Feck me sideways. Okay, I need you to settle down. Oh, we have to place the hat first.
What are you doing?
Betty will want these back.
I don't think it's healthy
Not now,
to...
please. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, the hat and the mannequin. That's not weird.
Quite the day, huh?
Pass out. Where will you sleep?
I'll be up for a while. My mind's simply racing.
Don't stay up late. Wake me if you hear the Fretlands arriving.
Of course. And I'll keep my eyes open for any ghosts that might want to haunt you in your sleep.
Literally gonna...
Hush now.
Ah, shh. Ghost sleeps. Day 3. Deus, it's not actually Nolan North. We had to check. Also, Deus, how are you doing, friend? Also, Tenwin, you might not have seen it from earlier, but this was my gift from Deus for Christmas. It's a little 3D printed bug knight, and I love it dearly. Fiona is determined to paint the little friendo and put it on a base, so that should be awesome. Okay. I might need to return to title very quickly, assuming this is saved. Once we converse.
Where are you, Lissy?
I do like that feature. And Martin, I'm going to go get some tea in a second. You can't see it, but the R to read button
Is that you?
is still on screen, so...
Lissy!
I'm in here.
Alright. So here's a quick question. Would you all like a little spot of the mosh pit just by means of a break? Or do you want to continue with the calm drawings? Because we do have this gentleman sitting and drawing in the living room. Because both Shackle and Jaralan have given me some Steam keys to give away. And I didn't know. Kandaran says, what's the plot of this game so far? We came to this island to find our sister. And all we have found is a town with no people and a little mystery to solve. Colin McCap saying calm is nice. Oh, an AR. Watto friend. I was just about to take a teeny tiny break. So I'll pop the banner up. Let's get back into game. Kandaran, I wouldn't say there has been zero horror, but nothing horrific has happened. I would say that much. So I tell you what, dear Jaralan, we will, because supposedly this game is only like 3 or 4 hours long. It'll probably take us longer, but at the end of the show we'll do, some mosh pit. We'll give away some keys. It'll be great. Oh, Deus, well, I hope your condition isn't anything serious, dear friend. I'm doing wonderful. I will admit, had a bad couple of days last week, but I'm doing good now. Yeah, and Lizzie sums it up quite nicely. We're at the creepy level of horror right now. It may go one of a myriad of ways. It may go personal, emotional narrative. It may go horror. It may just go like psychological storytelling. We don't know. And so we sit here at the point where it could go one way or t'other. It's interesting. Also, a bunch of people gave away subs earlier today, which is why we're back up near the 300s again, which is very lovely of you all, so thank you. Yeah, Starcat, I don't trust it, but the beautiful environment, the way the story is being told and unfurled to us, it's doing... I don't want to say Oh, Snuggly got to head to bed. Snuggly, go have some sleeps, and we'll let you know how it is. Or at very least, you can grab a copy for yourself. So...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Deus, as if you don't do enough already. Thank you kindly. Deus just gifted a sub to Glitchy. So I tell you what, friends. I am going to go grab myself a fresh cuppa, nips the bathroom, and then let's continue with this. Because even if this game does nothing more than what it's shown us, even if it does nothing more than give us this unsettling feeling and give us a mystery with a very simple end, it's doing it so well. And that's not nothing. So yeah, please don't go anywhere, as I miss you when you're gone. And I'll be back in just a second. Shouldn't unmute the mic. I am just pushing some buttons on stuff and things. I am pushing some buttons on stuff and things. So do bear with me just a second. I can't... Do bear with me. How are you all doing? Okay. Now I'm taking a break. I do apologize for this. I will... Oh. I'll explain later. Alright? Okay. This time I mean it. I will go do a thing, get a copper, and be back in just a moment. Love you all. Please don't go anywhere. Hello, hello. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for waiting. Right. I do need to get rid of that bloody read on screen. So let me finish doing this drawing thing. Oh, J-Post and Deus, you cheeky, cheeky mother hubbards. Thank you both for throwing in the bits, yo. And that. There we go. The sounds of this old house are very creepy. Okie dokie Lokies. So, just going to turn to title very quickly. Just to clear off the UI, because there was some stuff on there. And then we'll jump back. That pin doesn't at all look like it's sinister as. Sorry, do bear with me all just a second. Resume. Ah, Martin. Well, go catch some sleep, friend. Martin, I will absolutely be there to tell you. Tomorrow's Blackout Club, so we'll have plenty of time for banter. Kandaran is saving their dab as a counter dab, lest any rapscallions attempt to drop an unlicensed dab on this situation. Aaron says, I heard there were buttons. Do you mean in terms of... Oh, you know what? I don't touch that. It's creepy. In terms of what's going down? It was more a case of when I read the journal upstairs.
Lissy.
Right up the stairs, Teddy.
Hang on. Did it save my journal entry? A little tiny drawing? It did not.
Teddy, is that you?
Where are you?
In here.
Yeah, no. Just to do a quick cheeky draw. We only need to do a quick cheeky speed draw. Now we got a little picture of the upstairs living room. All right.
This is her room.
Hmm?
Are you paying attention? Ruth. Can you imagine? One moment you're living a perfectly happy life, and then... nothing. Darkness. Forever and ever.
It's rather bleak.
Maybe there's something here that can tell us what happened to her.
This is a waste of my time.
We might be the only ones left to tell her story, Edward.
You're just being melodramatic. I'll help you look.
Ah, so this is some of the stuff that we were looking at earlier.
Ruth was an artist.
This is very primitive.
Have you
Oh!
ever met a child, Edward?
Savage.
She wasn't Monet. She was 8. This must be the village church. That's Ruth and her family on one side of the aisle. Simon and his father on the other.
A community divided.
I'm totally not sending sneaky messages. And this is where we reckon she was hiding her stash.
She found something.
Where's that supposed to be?
A cave. Or the...
Mine. It could be. But what did she find?
something important enough to draw.
Her personal treasure. Shackle says, darkness. You mean the Kingdom Hearts? Two dads having a fight.
That must be Ruth and Simon's fathers.
Perhaps. They weren't on the best of terms.
They look like they want to kill each other.
To a child, maybe it looked worse than it was.
Children are more insightful than you give them credit for, Teddy Bear.
Nivalis, the Viking... I mean, Viking treasure is a good guess. She did have what was... We were very sure was a proper Viking pin on her teddy bear.
She made her bed that morning. Before she...
Or her parents did. It doesn't matter. It tells us nothing.
Why are you like this today? Betty's not the only person in the world that matters.
She matters the most to me.
Ain't that the truth?
You'll realize this is about to get worse, right?
Ruth never finished this. What does that spell? F-O-R-B.
For Banelson. The curse.
Who's that figure supposed to be? It's creepy.
A figment of her imagination. But the box she drew... It looks like this box under her desk.
Really? Let me see. Pull it out.
Oh, cool. Anyone of you seen the Babadook? Yeah, no, we should totally poke the cursed thing the child draws about. Yeah, Shackle, I currently miss Ted E. Bear, but this is long before he joined the service. He's up on the shelf.
What is this?
I believe this might qualify as actual treasure.
Is that Norwegian money?
Sort of, but ancient. Viking coins.
Are they valuable?
Not in terms of monetary value, but historically. They belong in a museum.
Looks like Ruth had her own private museum.
Why would a child have these artifacts?
She must have enjoyed collecting and playing with them.
These are much too precious to play with. She should have given these to an adult.
She was a child, Edward. To her, they were just shiny toys. Wait! The pin. On the doll.
This is where it came from. Her collection.
But where did she find these treasures?
If we're to believe her drawing, perhaps the mine. She may have found a gravesite. Wherever she found them, she wanted to keep them hidden.
You think someone found out?
These items wouldn't necessarily be worth much, except to a historian or archaeologist.
What if this is how... I mean, if someone learned she'd been collecting treasures, they might be willing to do terrible things.
The thing is, that's not a unreasonable assumption.
There's a story here. The treasure box, the drawings.
The overactive mind of an imaginative child.
She didn't imagine the Viking artifacts. You shouldn't be so dismissive. The drawings could be her way of dealing with traumatic
This
events.
is what happens when I read you the principles of psychology.
I'm so sorry.
Notions.
You say that like it's a bad thing. Ruth was troubled. The village was troubled, and... Is that a bell?
The church bell. Someone's here. Maybe... Betty.
Why would Betty ring the church bell?
Perhaps she's in trouble. I need to get to the church right now.
Wait, isn't it more likely to be the person you saw the other night? We should be careful.
I told you, I'm not sure that was anything. Come on.
Go ahead. I'll catch up with you before you get there. I need a minute to think about all of this.
Nothing bad ever happens in churches! It is the goat just hanging off the bell. This is Goat Simulator from the perspective of one of the goat's victims. It's interesting that reading that didn't proc anything. But I guess he's ignoring it. You know what I mean? Like, he has that book. Bear with me all just a second, dear friends. Just a second. And I do apologize for this back and forth. I'm totally not talking about you. Oh, Lizzie rat me out. Hear ye, hear ye. And on this day, 'twas decided it would be the first day of the rule of goat. Yeah, the flag is still at half-mast, but we now have a grasp and understanding of why that was. It's dark as. Alright. Pick up your feeties, Edward. We got places to go. Yeah. Betty could be in trouble. I must get there post-haste. Goes out for a leisurely stroll. I will say a lifetime of MMOs has me looking at outcrops like that, being like, cool, I must immediately smash the crap out of it and turn it into ore. I'm not being suspicious. Maybe. I've been told I'm not allowed to tell you. Meh. Me? Suspicious? Dear Starcat Studios, I'm offended. There's that chip of music. Wait, you all saw the goat already? The goat conspiracy continues.
July 24th. Memorial service. A commemoration of the accident at the mine this past summer.
Oh, we read about that
No
one.
services after that.
I just want to take a moment to appreciate just the framing. Framing is something that only really gets talked about in linear narrative games.
All these fresh graves.
How?
I think that maybe
No.
Betty,
I'd know.
but
You wouldn't understand. Elizabeth and I, we have a bond.
God, Edward, your obsession with her is really starting to grate.
Oh, sorry, friends. Yo!
The goat is in the motorboat.
Or as we're now going to call it, the Goater Boat. Sadlin, thank you kindly, dude. Thank you kindly. How are you doing, dear friend? I mean, I am assuming you have been chilling and illing with us for a little while on this one. I still don't know where this game's going to go, dude. But it's going to be interesting. Hellflame would like, listen up, Hail Lessie. I can't hear you of the music beginning to hit the crescendo. She's like, Edward, no one else hears music. What is wrong with you?
Board up a church.
Keep the ghosts from escaping?
Regardless of how they got past the boards, there's someone in there.
Gone fishing?
God is not here.
Dark.
Well, of course he isn't. You won't find God in a church. God is the wind in the trees, the grass between your toes, the brook that runs
That's
through.
nature, not God.
Who did this?
Someone who'd lost their faith.
Can you peek through the boards?
Oh, and sorry, Sadlin, I do apologise. I feel I didn't say a proper thank you for smashing the hell out of House Order's hard work as we get to creepier and creepier situations in this now godless church. Thank you again for the 1,000 bits, friend. I'm sure we find nothing bad in here. Oh, no. Arrow Griffin, what, oh friend? How goes it? How goes it? This game is Draugen, and it is exceptionally creepy. No, nothing down here? Cool. It is a game about an American from Massachusetts trying to find his sister in a small Norwegian town. And right now, this game could be a whole heap and heckin' horror. Do you have time to sit and draw? We do not. Or it could be a psychological romp through someone's day. Okay, so there's no way through. I guess we've got to pull the boards? No, his name isn't... Alright, we're going through. Oh, this guy won't even so much as jimmy a lock unless he's looking for his sister, in which case he will tear through it all.
See anyone?
No.
Listen! The bell! They're still in there!
To go. To go. We right? To go. Don't I see him?
Hello? I heard the bell.
This is giving me
I'm
the
here to help.
heebie-jeebies.
These boards look flimsy enough to break.
Mr. wouldn't say boo to a ghost earlier and now's like, let's desecrate some stuff. See, what's so fascinating about this is it sets up things that we would archetypically know.
Becomes an Edward. I didn't think you had it in you, old fruit.
Be quiet.
This game sets up so many moments that would be perfect jump scares in any other situation. Oh, feckin'.
Here?
Spooky streams for Christmas, I love it.
This is Edward Harden. I'm looking for my sister,
Stop
Elizabeth.
shouting, Ed.
Savvy Crow, you fecking legend. What, oh friend? How are you doing? I hoped you find yourself well. I received a message from your team earlier today, but I have not told them what it is. So we're going to wait and see if it happens of its own volition. Savvy Crow, also, thank you for the 1,000 bits, and thank you to you and your team for letting me be a part of the stuff and the things. So, sincerely appreciated. How is it going with your good self? Yes, Savvy, we can only lurk and hope. But if while you are lurking, this game is called Draugen. We play an American reporter searching for their sister in a tiny Norwegian town. We don't know if this is a horror game or a psychological narrative or what have you, but we know that it's unsettling and at the same time beautiful. Hey, Geraldine, how often do you lot get to mess with me? This is one of my few times. So, after hearing the ringing in a bell from the church town, we have run up. So far, we have seen no one else apart from one corpse in this entire town. So, yeah. Also, Nero! What, oh friend? I haven't seen you in a long while. How is it going with your good self? And Nero, I'm slowly waiting for... to Big Gov. Thank you kindly for the 100 bits there. House Chaos, I think, are going to win this day. Nero, how is it going with your good self? I am waiting with bated breath for mere affiliates like myself to get the bits emotes, because we'll finally have emotes for our 4 houses, which is very important. So yeah. Nero says, get you in, coming soon, TM? That would be lovely. But as I said, Deus, this was announced a while ago, so you know how you will have bit badges based on amounts, or like the little packages or whatever you choose. Some of those will unlock an emote slot, like a permanent emote. Partners have them now, and yeah, for as long as I'm a mere affiliate, I should get them in January, which would be cool. Though, yeah, Nero, I am not above bribing you to sneak me into that early program. Right. So, yeah, just to give framing, things could get spooky. Yo! So, Sadlin with, let's tidy up a bit. Thank you kindly. And, who was that? That was Madawalsh. Gifted a sub to Nero. That's very kind of you.
We're alone.
So yeah,
there are only ghosts here.
This game could get creepy.
Ghosts.
I don't know about that.
Or it could get very, what's the term?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Or it could get very, what's the term? What became of Edith Finch? Yeah. Because yeah, The Vanishing of Ethan Carter and What Became of Edith Finch. And this could fall into either of those kind of categories. It could just be a feelsy game, a contemplative sort.
What's this rope for?
The bell.
Do you want to give?
Lissy, look. Betty's gloves.
You'll notice we keep finding Betty pieces wherever we go. Are we not going to talk about this?
That bell still bothers me.
Alright, we'll have a look at the bell in a second.
What's this?
Some ledges or something. All right,
Teddy, look.
Okay, we'll look at the bell first.
This is the bell we heard ringing?
I don't see any other bells.
So you have to stand here and pull this rope to ring it.
Yes.
But there was no one here. I didn't see anyone, right?
No.
Errand for House Chaos!
I'm telling
Not to be
you,
outdone.
it's ghosts.
It's not ghosts.
So what happened to the Hunchback of Grovik?
They must be here still. There's only the one exit.
Maybe it was the wind.
A church bell's too heavy. It can't have been the wind. I mean... I don't know. Maybe it was the wind. There's no one here.
Ghost goats! Ghosts! Alright. Ring-a-ding-ding, Mother Hubbards!
I don't like that sound. Please stop.
Alright. So, grab the Betty gloves, which is getting
They are
very...
definitely Betty's.
Oh, for
She
Pete's
got these
sake.
before she left for New York.
Incidentally,
She bought them at
I'm
Woolworths. I
still
remember
not
the day
fine
she-
after my playthrough of The Vanishing of Ethan
here.
Carter.
Where?
Dear Katros, none of us are okay after finishing The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. That game was... Oh boy. Oh! Madawalsh! I apologise, I didn't see you chilling and illing there.
And why would
got
she
the whole
leave
little
her
team in
clothes
today.
lying around? It doesn't make sense.
Breadcrumbs.
Who wants to sing?
Sending me a message. She
Aperios,
knew
thank
I'd
you kindly.
recognize her gloves, her hat. She's left a trail for me to follow, like Ariadne's red thread.
We're not in a
Betty
labyrinth.
will have left more crumbs.
Betty, you're turning into such a pill. What happened here?
The sign on the door. God is not here. Their faith was challenged, and it didn't survive.
So, a lovely chipper book at this. But yeah, again, so Erin, Katros, all of you, thank you sincerely. I know you all hear this on the regular, but it's thanks to you lot yeeting bits at my face that I get to keep doing this. So, sincerely, thank you.
The church book. A record of births and deaths.
So we can find out what happened to the people in the village?
And, Elizabeth. I mean, if she was dead...
Her name would be in the book.
Vandals. Tore it to pieces.
Surprise!
I don't think the missing pages left the church. Look.
That's what they are. Well, Kandaran, and that's what's fascinating. We have no idea why he's so
They
obsessed.
considered this a sacred place. For them to destroy it. This was an act of desperation. And anger.
Perios. Is this the vanishing of Andrew Ryan? We are in a Norwegian village trying to find our sister. There's absolutely nothing weird or creepy, and our friend is clearly not our own psychosis talking to us. We don't actually know, but that's our current haunting theory.
How many pages are missing?
I counted 4.
They're probably all still here.
And Sadlin, thank you kindly for
Let's
refilling the
make it a
pint glass.
competition. 1-0 to Team Me.
All right.
Isn't this a fire hazard?
They're not always lit. Each candle represents a single prayer.
That's a lot of prayers.
There were a lot of deaths.
Is that you? That sounded like a door closing somewhere.
The final dinner.
The Last Supper. Who taught you about the New Testament?
I pick up on things. Most folks aren't heathens, like you.
The final dinner.
I wanted you to find that one. I know what a rotten loser you are.
What are you doing? We're in a church.
Thought you didn't believe in God.
I do believe in civility.
Alrighty.
Jesus looks sad.
What reason would Jesus have to be happy?
Don't be blasphemous.
Given that this is all fiction, blasphemy is a contradiction.
Heretic.
Heretic! Jesus wants a hug!
I've read the Bible many times. It's an important historical document. For he is our peace, who hath made both one, and hath broken down the middle wall of partition between us.
Did you just translate that into Old English?
I happen to know the verse by heart.
You still manage to surprise me sometimes.
Scorponi, it is not a cult. Don't try and sneak that one in. And Hellflame, you're probably right. A couple more words of that, he might have burst into flames. Alright, so let's check the...
Found another one. You get it. It's right here.
Alright.
You found another one? Don't forget about this page.
I see him. Alright.
What's that?
The last sermon that was held here.
What does it say?
Oh, well, whomever that was, thank you kindly for the follow.
And the language. He talks about the village being divided for 20 years. This sermon was held on the anniversary of the accident this past summer.
Interesting.
He's asking the congregation to help heal old wounds, to forgive, move on. Something to the effect of, you sit in separate aisles in God's house.
Like Ruth's drawing. I told you, she was perceptive.
Here's something else. Many of you believe Grovik was cursed 20 years ago. God has not cursed you. This curse is of your own making.
Ruth's drawing mentioned a curse. What do you think that means?
It means they believed they were cursed, and that they needed something or someone to blame for their misfortune. It sounds like Grovik was split in two, between those who stood by Johann and those who supported Frederick.
Who, by the way, were identical
Sermons
twins.
from before that. No, this is all about the preceding 20 years of division and disagreements. Tilly Verandre.
Edward?
Forgive each other. It addresses Johann and Frederick directly. But I wonder if they were even here.
Remember the wedding picture? They were close friends once. How could they allow their grudge to escalate until...
You call each other traitors, but the only thing you've betrayed are the bonds that unite us.
This seems like a bad idea. Let's keep investigating. Alright. Congratulations, you found that page. Oh, this looks like a winner.
2 for 2. A tie. Good job, Teddy, old
Stop,
bean.
Lissy. This is not a game. Betty's out there.
Of horse feathers. Stop being so gosh darn tedious, Edward. Betty, 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 will you ever shut up about your precious Betty? Put those pages back in the book, and I'll stop trying to cheer you up.
Oh, and Quad Pixel. Thank you kindly for the follow as well. Yeah, the Grudge is quite scary and quite powerful. Especially the original version. Whew, heebie-jeebies. Okie dokie. Let's see what we get out of this. Oh, and Sickly Robin, I'm sorry to hear you're sick,
This
friend.
book goes back years. It lists births and deaths. Here's the 3rd Fretland brother. The one who died in a cave-in. Someone added the word for Banelson, probably quite recently.
What does that mean again?
Curse. That word is all over this book. Not just the men who died in the mine, but other deaths in the last 20 years.
Ruth's drawing and the sermon both mentioned a curse. What do you think it means?
I'm sure it's fine. I am sure it's fine.
There were surprisingly few births.
Perhaps they blame that on the curse as well.
Oh!
Look here. Ruth Elsa Fretland. She was buried in the cemetery. And the next entry, Simon Fretland. Now this is interesting.
Simon is dead? Oh, that's dreadful.
He drowned the day after Ruth died.
Yep,
Probably
everything's
no
fine.
coincidence. See what's scribbled next to it?
Mord?
Murder.
Who killed him? Ruth's father? Or the mob that trashed the store?
It doesn't say. After the children, a half-dozen deaths in a single week.
Oh!
Curse.
It's listed as the cause for every single death.
Maybe there really was a curse.
Primitive superstition. But something changed after Ruth and Simon. It might explain why there's no one around.
Edward, if it killed everyone, how's that not a curse? What does that word say? Next to those names at the bottom. For a...
Traitor.
That's not good.
Edward? What's wrong?
The final entry. There's no name. Alice, what if...
Oh, Edward, no.
Betty,
It doesn't mean she's...
she's not dead. She can't be. I'd know.
Teddy.
I need to see the grave for myself. It's not Betty. Betty's still alive.
Nice, chipper, cheerful game on a Thursday,
Where are
right?
you going? Don't leave me! Edward!
You better not be here, Betty. I'll never forgive you. This one, it's unmarked.
Well, this is gonna get weird.
What are you doing? Have you gone completely mad? Edward, stop it!
Oh!
Thank God. It's not her. It's not Betty. It's not her.
Oh, Edward. What have you done?
It's not Elizabeth. I was so afraid.
You're a monster.
But I had to be sure. If Betty...
To hell with your Betty! When did she ever shed a tear for you?
Don't talk about my baby sister like
Or
that.
what? Or what, Edward? What will you do? Ignore us? Banish us? You've spent your entire life chasing her. When are you going to do something useful with what's left of it?
Quiet! Just leave me be.
Fine.
See? Alice? Come back. Don't leave me alone. Please. Come back. I need you.
Oh boy! Well, that happened. Mate, you probably want to just paper over that a little bit. No. Whew. Shit, she straight noped out of that one. Let's do some calming drawing over here. It's fine. Oh no! Coleman Cap. So what happened, we just dug up a grave. And Lizzie straight up like blinked out. Yeah, she was also saying us. What's she ever done for us? So those of you who are theorizing that Lizzie might be a projection, a psychosis, an element of the self. Yo, congratulations on being spot the heck on.
I was afraid you'd left me. Now listen to me. No!
Oh, piss.
Lizzie? Where are you? Lizzie. Lizzie.
By the 9. I'm sure it's fine.
Hey. Alice? Lizzie, please listen to me. I didn't mean what I said.
Vic!
Of course you meant it. Everything's always about Betty. Betty, Betty.
I care about you both.
Until it really matters. Then it's obvious who matters more.
I thought she was dead.
I wish she was!
Don't.
You deserve to be alone.
Remember when we were just sitting around in this tiny village drawing? I remember those bits. Alice, Betty, especially Charlie soon. Charlie says, always tell your mummy before you go off somewhere. That's an old reference. Well, from what we read from the book, no one saw Betty show up. Betty said they were coming here.
Please, talk to me.
What's there to talk about?
You can't keep running away from me.
You think you own me? That you control me? That you get to decide how I feel and what I do every minute of every day? That I'm your puppet, your little plaything?
Didn't think that.
Fuck you, Edward Charles Harden! I never should have come here with you on this pointless chase!
Now, be reasonable.
Yeah, so at this point, she's now talking about herself, but as we know from Senua's Sacrifice, like, the perspective in which the voices in one's head can speak from can flip from speaking from your perspective, speaking from the perspective of others. We don't know! Yep, there's a Charles.
Lizzie. Alice. What are you doing?
What I should have done years ago. Maybe now you'll learn to appreciate us.
Now listen to me. Please, listen. Hear me out. Don't do this. You can't do this to me. I need you. I'm not whole without you. I can't lose you. I can't live without you. Don't, please, don't, no. What? No!
Yeah. So Savvy, those that have joined us just now, I didn't know which direction this game was going in. Okay.
Oh, Alice. What have you done? Please, be alright. Please don't.
You make me.
Oh!
That incessant clicking.
Your mother and father would be ashamed.
What is going on?
Elizabeth would be ashamed. They did not think you deserved their love, so they abandoned you.
Don't.
Oh, my child. We
Okay.
are all that you have, and we love you. We are here. With us, you are never alone. Do not forget.
No. Never. I never forget. I am never alone.
Day 4. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. Yeah, Miyagi's skirt. Is that in her teeth? Possibly. Who knows? So the entity that we saw a
Wake
little...
up, Edward.
I did... Sorry, Stone Mom.
Stop hiding.
Oh, getting judged here. Let's ask about Lizzie first.
Without us, you are nothing. You cannot hide from us.
Where's Lissy?
Alice is not here.
Bring her back. Please. I need her.
Alice does not love Elizabeth like you do.
She loves me.
Not like I do, Edward.
I'm so tired. Please.
Can you hear her wings creaking like
I
stone?
think of you so often. You have no idea.
You just want me to forgive you so that we can keep looking for your precious, perfect Betty.
She needs us.
She never needed you, Teddy Bear. And she certainly doesn't need us.
I can't find her on my own.
Well, it's just too bad, my darling Edward. Because we're done playing second fiddle to little sis.
Wait, don't go. I'm talking to you. Lissy. Oh.
One of the things that this is done very well is... I think we've all encountered it in terms of dream logic, when something flips immediately from being ridiculous, from being, what's the term? Not ridiculous, but being impossible, to being the immediate logic. It is impossible that Lizzie is blinking around the place, but then somehow is able to throw themselves off the building. It is impossible that a statue is talking to us with a very stern mum voice. But because the situation has progressed so quickly, we've almost passed through the questioning phase. We passed through the this is beyond and moved towards the norm, the accepted. And Deus, I do agree, but just in case anyone is second screening, I'm not going to read it out because y'all should watch Mr. Robot. And if I start talking about that show, we are going to be here with the Betty mannequin for 3 hours. Miyagi-Sakura puts forward the idea that Edward is being judged at a higher level. That's entirely possible too. So yeah. Oh. And Fluffy Adorable Kitten, I did want to say thank you kindly for the resub. Well, we pinned the gloves on. But the thing that's... Here's things we know. We know Betty never made it here.
Lissy? Please. Listen, you can't keep vanishing on me.
Try me.
Why are you so angry?
You do not know anger.
Okay! Angel Mom,
Do you ever
real close.
Alice does not want to speak with you.
And what about you? Are you going to help me?
God helps those who help themselves.
I don't need God. I need Lissy.
Tire
Do you,
take
though?
chattergula
Did
of
you ever?
Zelate of Mantarok.
Of course,
Seidlin, holy fuck! I'm going through a lot of emotions simultaneously right now! Seidlin, dude! What the heck? So friends, I don't know if you can hear, but they are using binaural audio in this element to not scare, but to affect. And then Seidlin's like, bap, 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 bap. Holy crud! Seidlin, you fucking legend! A momentary pause. A momentary pause. Seidlin! Oh. Like you don't... Seidlin, you legend, and thank you. Alright? I am... Thank you. Okay? Means a whole bunch, sincerely. And... Wow, this music is not doing this any favors. I'm just gonna put the sad music on hold for a second, because I'm trying not to be all like... Seidlin, you have known me for a very long time, and from the real, and that is a red bit in support to keeping this whole fecking operation going. So, very, very thank you. Yeah. I'm doing much better this week. Last week was a roller coaster. And I don't know. Yeah, Seidlin, just thank you. Like that red bit is just gonna go towards keeping this whole thing running to a massive amount. Arrow, I absolutely need a hug. Absolutely need a hug because there it's at.
That incessant clicking.
I asked for a hug. Savvy Crow got gifted a sub. That is exceptionally, exceptionally kind of you. Thank you. Okay. So, yo. Like I was talking about this earlier, and I do mean this. Like, this is the first time in a long time I'm looking forward to a big old Christmas, and that's something I haven't had in a long time, and it's you lot keep us going, so thank you. Also, Seidlin is cackling maniacally as you want to have to look at his face, as he will now hold the Jarl of the Day slot for a long, long, long time. And just... yeah. Thank you. Alright. Although I do realise that you just use the voice to text to summon... you know, terrifying gods from unknown places. So that's a special. That's a special. And secretly, Robin, you're right. That is a decent amount. That is a decent amount. Favor. No one is challenging you. No one is challenging you. Aaron, thank you for bringing it back around. This does feel like a coping mechanism. But after Ethan Carter, like, do we ever know? And Deus, thank you for clipping that. So, again, Jaralan. Well, Jaralan, thank you for the gifts earlier. Seidlin, thank you. Seidlin, are you around this way during the Christmas season? Because we haven't had a beer together in a while. We haven't had a pint since Thanksgiving. Oh! Aaron, that's a good point. I never had those kinds of coping mechanisms back in the day. Not that I've ever had healthy ones, but so I've never experienced those. But the creating the friend personality and the parental personality. It's interesting that the angel figure has that kind of that religious aspect to it, but definitely that that matriarchal. They do not hate, but they take no guff. Oh, yeah. Well, Aaron, if you need if you need to chat to this about us or anyone, you know, but I would love to hear your feelings on the subject. Sagan says they're off for Star Wars. You're flying solo for 9 days. Oh, Sadlin, do you have a friendo Christmas you're doing? And Katros, thank you kindly. Katros is saying, something struck me. Did you make partner without telling us? Well, I mean, if I have, I've not been told either. No, that is not the thing. That is not the thing. I have a penchant for streaming too long, so Aaron says, not bad feels mine, just seems coping mechanisms. Well, I mean it. If you need a person, we got you. Yeah, Katros, lamentably I have not made I stream for like 6 to 8 hours a day, so my monthly average is lower than the required. And Aaron's like, hey Will, what does this button do? I'll sit down for MechWarrior tonight. Aaron, I won't be doing MechWarrior tonight, but I will be doing it on Saturday. Though yes, I absolutely would not turn down partner just because there are so many peeps we have here that are based in areas. Oh!
Afternoon, Will.
Sean, you fucking legend! Alright, you guys like. Okay, there's a lot of things happening at once here. So, yo! Oh. Okay. Sean, thank you kindly. Sadlin just dropped the red bit, and I'm kind of processing a lot of things and elements right now. So, yeah. Oh, and Aaron, congratulations on your badge, friends. J-Buzz like, do all the things! Fluffy, no one's saying it's breaking will time. No one said that. So, Aaron, congratulations on your new badge. That's feckin' cool. It's... there's a lot of things happening all at once! Oh... I was like, bit parties want to be included. It's short. What are you? No. But I don't want to turn back to the game because there's a bunch of stuff going.
Sure it is.
Cadaran says, if we have 8-bit parties, shouldn't it be a byte party? Oh, dear Lord. You lot. Oh, you fucking legend. You fucking legends. Oh. All of you, sincerely thank you. Okay? Sincerely thank you. Like, holy heck and heck. I don't have any clever words. Like I told you all, last week was a trash fire, and that was a very, very special, very special case. Oh, it's School Pony.
Break this man to little bits.
Sean, what do you like? I'm trying to say words and stuff things. Sean, thank you. Thank you all. So John Bacon says, I just want you to know, my little brother is yelling at you to resume the game. Yeah, okay, I'm getting my stuff together. So I'll jump back into the game, I guess. The Strags, like, you don't do enough. The Strags offering to make cookies. I wish you lot could have seen the food they put together last night. Like, oh!
Break Will's heart into pieces. This is my last resort.
And you got that song stuck in my head now. Back it! Ah! Secret Labyrinth, there's some great news. They're back working on video games. That is exceptional. Oh. Sadlin, what's going on with the mobile client? What's happening? What is going down? That's always worrying. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on with me. I know you're making me feel stuff, and there is a lot happening right now. Camille's like, tea break, you say? Heck. Okay. Tell you what, I don't have anything clever to add, and I can understand people want us to get back in. You are all a wonderful bunch of Mother Hubbards, and I will say I will say what I said previously, which is that I am going to continue to dedicate my time to this. And I know the core of what we do is play games and talk about them. The core is helping people make their games or bringing things together. But the long and short of it is that, you know, I want this to be a place for people. You know, we've got our little space at the edge of the universe, and
Tea break. Tongue.
Camille, you fucking legend. You fucking legend. Thank you. Alpha emphasis on the break. Secretly Robin, not nearly soon enough. Not nearly soon enough. Savvy, you as well? Well. Savvy Crow, thank you. And Savvy, sincerely thank you. Like, I know I mean, Savvy, I did not expect these lovely Mother Hubbards to go. Okay. No, Starcat, I am okay. Savvy, I do not know why the stuff and things hasn't begun for these lovely Mother Hubbards. The thing should have happened for them. So I don't know what is going on. what I will say is that it's the same thing that I say all the time, which is that yeah. Caroline, thank you. Besides, I've got you lot tattooed on here. Okay, and breathe, and breathe. So, secretly Robin, we will help as much as we can on the game you are making, as much as you need us to. Like, we've been helping Steel Fox, helping Walrus and a bunch of others. Like, we got you, all right?
Tina Ningens.
Seidlin! God, I'm incoherent. I'm actually incoherent. I was tensing my legs so much, I've actually managed to get a cramp in my foot. Terran's like, so help me, I will lift you into a teapot. Don't even know if it'll even help. Oh. Okay. Arrow, favor, everyone. I will go get a cup of tea. Just very quickly. So, Savvy, I don't know why the thing hasn't happened. Obviously, I guess goes without saying, but you all have permission to look at whatever, like, account settings and things that I have. So, please feel free to look at whatever metrics and data, or if you want to direct whisper me via them Twitcheries. I didn't expect that they were going to, that these lovely Mother Hubbards here were going to do this. And to be honest, I never expected. You'd think after doing this for 14 months, a red bit wouldn't reduce me to a quivering pile of blah, blah. You only hit me with 9 red bits in a day last week. My goal is to be worth all the time and effort that everyone puts into me. So, Savvy, I'm going to take this crew's advice. I'm going to put on some very calming Zelda music. I'm going to get a cup of tea and breathe. Jaralan says, don't you like fireworks? Tea, fireworks, popcorn. You're basically like conditioning me to be afraid of stuff. And I know it sounds weird to say that I am afraid of the support you put forward, but I worry that I do not do enough some days. So, Starcat, I have had yellow bits dropped on me in the past, and it has. See, the thing is, you only see the on-stream side. The last yellow bit took days to recover from, and that's where tea and popcorn and things. And I'm not asking. I'm just telling you straight. So, I'm going to put the BRB needs up. I'm going to go get a cup of tea, and we will go from there. All right? I love you all, okay? Okay. Oh, would you look at that? It's like Zelda music and cheerfulness. Okay. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, I have returned. Again, thank you all. Also, because this one's been so well behaved today, and because you lot have been making me feel things, I got a little snacky treat. So there you go. One of your favourites. You looking after me? Yes. I went out to get a cuppa and kind of dry my eyes a little, and the little nuggets are making cute little beeping sounds. So I'm there, trying to decide if I want a cup of tea or a whatever, and the little nuggets are going, and I'm just like, oh. Like, yeah.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Starcat, thank you. So friends, I need you to bear with me just a second, because I need to message some people's. Also, Mal just brought a crew in. What, oh friends? Little beeping sounds. They were celebrating Baron Sheep. A little bit. So, Mal, Watto and welcome. We are playing a game called Draugen. It is exceptional. This lot just reduced me to tears, so I had to go and get myself a little breather. I've decided for Fizzy Make Feel Good. Oh, Mal, how was your stream? How are you doing? I apologise for being a little distant. So to Mal, to Handy Mouse, and those that have come on over, how are you doing? Draugen is the story of a guy who goes to a small Norwegian village to find his sister, and then things get all over the place. So while you are coming in midway through, we're kind of, you know, talking to a whole bunch of stuff. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, and Very British Gale, thank you for refilling the pint glass. And Arrow Griffin was there ready on Raid Fence. Good old. There's always someone from House Valkyrie. Hey, Ninja Falcon, what ho, friends? Oh. Okay. And Ninja Falcon, it's lovely to hear you're doing well. Sorry, friends. We're going to jump back into game in just a second, but I don't know, Mal, it wasn't bad tears. It was, yeah. Let's get back into game and go from there. Handy Mouse, you know what? Hang on, let me pause these Zelda jams. Handy Mouse with a great cheer saying, this game sounds good. Can't wait to see what this adventure brings for me. Let us share these last forevermore. And if you get tired, don't snore. Probably going to get weird. I'm a level with you. It's probably going to get weird. Fucking hell. You're knocked a ton off of Sadlin already. And Sadlin, I did get your DM, and thank you. That means a whole bunch. I did that thing where I internalized it for a few days and then drank myself into oblivion and then had to go, oh, I don't think I was okay with that. Not putting any opus on any of the other parties involved, but it's like, yeah. Okay. I've cracked a soda of some description. As you all know, I'm very rarely a soda drinker, so it's just getting them sugar back. Okay. Without further ado, let us continue. Oh, bear me another second. Okay. So that's all sorted. Let's go to here. Refresher here. Very British Gale says, being British, I'm going to translate for Will and say, when he says probably get weird, it is going to get weird, and definitely going to get weird. I just think it's going to get weirder. Oh, and Mal, I entirely understand. I do this thing where when I lead into a raid to someone, I either immediately lurk or have to run to the loo and then end up getting distracted, so I entirely understand. But thank you for bringing your crew over here, and I will endeavour to be vaguely entertaining. To those of you who have just joined us, Watto, and welcome. My name is Will, and for pretty much 10 years I worked in the games industry, and now I do this full-time. So if you want to talk about games industry, if you need help or any happenstance on any elements of the video gamery, do let me know. But for the most part, yeah, we've just got a good little crew of little Vikings over here, and it's lovely to meet you. Now things are about to get weird, so brace yourselves. Just another lovely day in Norway.
Lissy? Lissy.
Are they in the kitchen? Yeah.
Don't go. Alice.
Oh, crud.
Send him off for a Star War. Enjoy the rest of stream.
I shall, Sadlin. I will have seen it by midnight-ish, so if you desperately need someone to chat to, Sadlin, I'm going to make a spoilers channel in the Discord as soon as I've seen it so I can moderate it. I think I'm the first of the mods on Discord who will have seen it, so we'll go from there. Please,
Who wants to sing?
Oh, and Stockhat.
You can never
host.
depend.
Oh,
on
you're
people,
very
Edward.
behind me.
I'm not sure you count as other people.
Everyone leaves, one way or another.
You don't. You can't.
Is that a challenge?
Stop playing games.
Are you ordering me, Teddy Bear?
I'm asking you.
Didn't your father always tell you to stand up for yourself? To be a real man and not a sissy? Maybe that's why he
Stop
put the
that
gun to his head and
incessant
pulled the trigger.
clicking.
Kaboom!
Holy
He was
Toledos!
so disappointed about what his only son had turned into.
Holy Toledos! Whoever that was that just gifted 10 subs like it's no big deal. Holy crud! So whoever that anonymous hunter from House Carl may have been. They went to Count Franz, oh, I am going to butcher that, but, Irisachen? I'm so sorry. To Handy Mouse, to Nat, to Ninja Falcon, to
Stop that incessant clicking.
to Ross Jacob, to Sweet Pea, to the Ozermeister, and to Wabben. All of you, thank you. Just thank you. Alright. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Stop that incessant clicking.
You lovely Mother Hubbards. hell.
Stop that incessant clicking.
As we listen to some odd clicking sounds. I've regained my composure, so I'm doing good. But whoever that was that threw in 10 subs, thank you kindly. Count Francis, I wasn't paying attention. Thanks, whoever that was. Y'all are magnificent. Oh.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Meanwhile, back in game.
You're a monster.
Takes one to know one.
Oh! That was mean! And yes, friends, we have gotten to the strange part of today's adventure. Oh, Fluffy says, by the way, I got really good at Dead Cells recently after going back to it. I'm glad to hear. I've cleared Dead Cells, but I haven't done the post-launch content.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Lissy, get back here.
This is the upstairs is now far better lit. Oh yes, in Katros, it does sound like Lissy said Eddie's father took his own life. And mother drowned. Like, this is... There's no one in the spare bedroom. So where's Lissy gone?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh! Sorry, Fluffy Adorable Kitten said that they beat the game using these Spartan sandals. That is the item I wish I had never unlocked.
I gave you this jacket. Betty.
Mate.
Alice? Please. You were here.
Stop that incessant clicking.
But yes, once again, whomever that was with the gifted subs there, thank you kindly. No. Oh! I don't know if you saw that. She won't look at me. I don't know how many of you remember Anamorphine and how it used positional characters to tell stories without language.
Alice, be reasonable. Lissy, I'm
Stop
trying.
that incessant clicking.
I'm trying to talk to you. Lissy, look. Her jacket. I'm sure it wasn't here yesterday. which
Jesus
means
Christ,
Betty was
Teddy.
here.
Feckin' hell!
Perhaps when we were out yesterday.
Betty,
she must
Betty.
Betty, Betty,
Ah!
Betty, Betty.
Feckin'!
You love
Ah!
Betty more than you love us. But don't you see?
The binaural is messing me
What has
up.
Betty done that we haven't? What can she do that we cannot?
I'm gonna go
We've
over here.
always been there for you. Why do you keep looking
Stop
for
that
her?
incessant clicking.
You're not.
So?
What?
Ah!
You decide what is real. We are real to you.
It will never be the same.
We have a lot of new friends in here. So, sorry, just very, very quickly as I see them. To Old Sal, to Olive Tan, and to Gummy Ace. Thank you all for coming in and dropping 100 bits. I understand the reasons, but I'm still super grateful. Also, you've joined this game at a very, very strange point. An exceptionally strange point. And if you do get the chance to go back and try this game, even seeing what we've seen so far, the opening segment of it is utterly gorgeous.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, Ross, that's very kind of you. And so Sally was saying they really enjoy the darkness of it. Absolutely. And Edward is now aware that Lessie and the entity are not real, but doesn't care. And... Ha-ha! Alright. You feckin' did it! Okay, so if you wondered why we had a monstrous squad of friendos hanging around to us, we can unleash this. Plus, it means I can put some, I can put something a little bit more chipper on. So, ladies, gentlemen, and individuals of all persuasions, the reason why we have so many wonderful individuals for... Holy crud! J-Post! This is a lot happening right now. The reason we have so many excellent individuals from the Twitch team is they are testing out the hype train. We've been kind enough to be invited to be one of their trial programs. So they have been testing it out. And yeah. The way it works is very simple. In the manner in which you all yeet stuff at my silly face. It adds more elements towards this. Okay, now it's happening. That's a good point. Where's my Pokemon battle theme? I need that. Holy crud! There is a lot happening right now. Matt Wash, Silent G, Navalis, Olive Tan's busting out a thing. I'm so not ready. I thought I was ready and I was not ready. There we go. Pokemans will do me. There we go! Wow, we've nearly smashed it into oblivion. So the wonderful team over at Twitch were testing this behind the scenes today to see what was happening. And, okay, you all have smashed many levels out of the water almost immediately. I can't keep up with everything that's going on, and this is awesome. The idea will be that, you know when you all go on those break wheel sprees? Well, Twitch have added a system behind the scenes that is going... Holy crud! I'm not going to be able to keep up with these alerts! They've created a system behind the scenes that basically ranks what they're calling the hype train! And this hype train will unlock goodies for everyone that takes part. The idea is that you beat level 1 at 100%, you get a thing. Beat level 2, you get a thing. At level 5 and beyond, every... J-Post! It's happening! Everything that... everyone that contributes towards it will get, I believe it was an emote or something. I remembered this from earlier, but now I'm very confused because it's happening very quickly. And during each stage's like 5-minute section, holy shit, British Gale, I saw that! What the heckin' shit? The hype is real! I will probably end up crying later, but right now, I'm feeling very charged. Oh! Yeah, J-Post, nice quiet week. Nice quiet week. So it is basically the game that you all play, which I have no involvement in, which is the break will.
Stop that incessant clicking.
The notifications will be going hard. They've created a way that gets a formal system, and there's a lot going down. Holy crap! Camille's getting in on this. And so basically, once you proc it all the way, anyone that contributes just gets to unlock stuff and things. I am doing such a bad job. Savvy Crow, I've been prepped for this all day. All day, and now it's happening. We're 400%! That is more hype than I'm ready for! Stooge, I see you doing that! There is too much hype! Satan, I thought you went to Star Wars! What is happening? You're gonna break break me. It's fine. There's going to be a real crash after this. Holy shite. Let's just turn that on. There's no way Star Wars spoilers are popping up from this. Oh, River's just not giving a heck. She's not even waking up. Holy crap. So I will have to ask Savvy Crow and the crew again after the fact what it is that doesn't unlock there. As I do believe there's going to be like cute little trains or stuff or somethings later on. It's going to do a thing.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Holy crud. Yeah, I didn't realize we were taking feckin' Astro Train here. There is multi-track drifting. This train has no brakes. What are you all doing? We were just gonna test it. We were just gonna test it. And then I saw a feckin'...
Stop that incessant clicking.
We're not even through the gifted subs. Starcat is taking offense at this. I mean, Starcat, we shouldn't be able to have a train that transforms into a spaceship and a robot, but here we are! I don't know, I didn't think what would happen. Okay. Nicomendius Rat is saying, when the timer runs out, contributors get a trainer mode. You can expand the Hype Train card and click more info for details. Yes! Thank you.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh. You all lasted longer than the Pokemon theme. I need a longer cut of that. Oh, so... Oh. The road to 500%. Aperios! Aperios, we just done a hype train! Me, I'm not ready! Hindle getting in before the buzzer. Holy crud. Holy crud. And
Stop
yeah,
that incessant clicking.
and that's it. We are going to be hearing. So, as it says, level 5 completed to the tune of an inordinate amount of hype. Holy crud, that is a lot. 30 subs and 1,700 bits just in that train. Holy crap. Let me get my let me get my chill jams back, please. So, all of you, thank you. It seems
Stop that incessant clicking.
It seems that a bunch of you are being delivered cute little unicorn train emotes. At least that's what it's saying here. That was off the chain. So let's go over the details for your good selves. So to all of you wonderful folks, I'd love to hear your thoughts and feels on how you felt the train went later on. To all the Twitch crew that came to see us proc that. Holy crud.
Stop that incessant clicking.
When I've had time to process, I will... Once I've had time to process all of that and also my feels and emotions, then I will give some thoughts and feedback. But friends, holy crud. So things...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Just gonna play it chill. So yeah. Okay, I'm feckin' shaking now. Now the hype's calmed off, like... Now I'm having to just deal with a lot of support. So, while I have a moment's calm and thought. So to those of you from the Longship crew, I'd love to hear your thoughts and feels on the Discord so I can process it. And I will send it back. Ah, Matt Walsh throwing that in as... Thank you. And I will pass on your feedback to him. There are things we can proc... there are things that we can choose. So we get to decide how often a train can happen. We get to decide what kind of consorted effort needs to happen to start it. but very British Gale.
Stop that incessant clicking.
I mean, you were already playing this game in terms of supporting my sorry flaily ass beforehand. So, from my perspective, what I like about this is it's a way that acknowledges the things that you are all doing, and that is feckin' lovely. Oh, and as I said, once this is going to hit me like a freight train in a few minutes, so I'm trying to talk honest. All of you from the Longship, thank you. Like,
stop that incessant clicking.
I mean, I tell you all what I do with the cash. It goes to paying the rent in this place, goes to keeping me alive, occasionally goes to spoiling the dags, and I guess the nuggets now as well. A very British Gale got a middle of unicorn chew train. Those do look super cute. Those do look super cute. Oh no, Favor. Favor, I drink very responsibly. We found a place that does big old bottles of New Amsterdam, and so we do not. Neopale wants another round of the Pokemon battle theme. Just need a longer version. Okay, and breathe. And breathe. Again, to all the Twitch staff members, thank you for including us on this. The lovely Mother Hubbards you've seen today have kept me alive and have kept me doing this for now 14 months. This is my full-time job, and the fact that you have all created a feature that acknowledges what they were doing already is something I'm very, very grateful for. So sincerely, thank you all. To everyone that threw in for that, you are heroes and legends to a person. I hope that I will continue to be worth all of your support, and I mean that, everybody. So yo. So yo. But again, I will be blepping at all of you on the Discord for my lot for feedback, and we go back into the go now. So yeah. Hi, Olive, Tan, and everybody, thank you. Like, I don't know how many full-time affiliate Mother Hubbards there are out there, but you know, I get to, thanks to you lot making this place work and these lovely Mother Hubbards looking after me, like, I'm able to dedicate my full time to doing this and to being there for a bunch of people, helping little indies, and it's finally catching up. Have we seen the red bit drop yet? Oh, that's gonna hit me like a freight train in a second. Yeah. Also, a huge thank you to Sober, because they were the one that put a lot of us in contact. So, oh. Mirror, mirror. I didn't miss anything. Didn't miss anything. Oh. Oh, feelings. When can we go back to arguing with our super stony ghost mum? Camille's like, you just look at the totals to get smushed in the face. Oh, a Perios. Perios is like, what's Sober? Sober is the monthly streamer and kind of content creator meet, the Seattle Online Broadcasters Association, and we meet up once a month and...
You know what? Here's some help.
Deus, yo. And breathe. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was 10 minutes ago. This will keep the alerts going for a while.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Guess we're gonna need a slightly shorter gift sub alert. actually feckin' shaking. Yeah, who needs coffee? I'm feckin' hyped now. Oh, but friends, it is a thing that we can tweak. We can tweak how much, how many times it can happen. We can tweak, like, there's a cooldown. I think right now it is set.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Feckin' Matty Lightfoot got a sub. That's brilliant. God, I am not functioning. Oh, Sir John Bacon, I'm sorry your 10 ad bits didn't manage to grab your trainer mode. Like I said, friends, I'll put out.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, I'm still working on it. When we're done with today's streams, I'll put out a blast in the Discord and just be like a round of feedback. Because I know that we're not the only group being used as a test case, so I'm sure Savvy Crow and the rest of that team are bouncing between a bunch of different spaces. But, yeah.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, famous hype true beta crew. Oh. Okay. Oh. That was fucking dope. Oh, Fluffy,
Stop
yes.
that incessant clicking.
Fluffy, I did see, and then a lot of things were happening simultaneously. So, yes, I did see yours. Also, friends, tomorrow, the Famous is also in said test group. So, Famous, I don't know what time you're kicking off, but do let me know. Because I'll be Blackout Club. Hey. Savvy, again.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Actually, Savvy, I'm gonna be a cheeseball right now. If y'all are gonna support me, then you have to hear nice things about you lot. So, friends, the team that designed this feature treated us all brilliantly. I mean, they took us through 2 rounds of feedback. We were in a room with people who were like monstrous partnered streamers, and then like little tadpoles like myself. And all of our feedback was taken, listened to. There was no...
Stop that incessant
Still
clicking.
going. There was no weird hierarchical. Savvy and the rest of that team treated us so well. And in the run-up to this, you know, they've been just heckin' great. Savvy, I mean it. The work that you and your team do allow me to do this full time. And it is a method by which these lovely people here can be like, you know what? I want this little thing to keep going. And there aren't other places where we can do that.
Stop that incessant clicking.
You know, without a massive following, Patreon's a nightmare. Other platforms which shan't be mentioned don't have either the features, the functionality, or the support to make it happen. We get to do this because of this part of the internet and the work that you all put in. Yeah. So cheers to you all, alright? You all better come to Sober in January. Alright? So thank you all.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And as for you, Longship crew, holy crud. Night Valen saying, if you tried OnlyFans, you can see bathwater. I don't think anyone has ever sat back to themselves and gone, there's just not enough pasty white guys on the internet. I wish I could see more pasty white guys. Yeah. Oh, and Savvy and to you and the rest, like, thank you all. Have an excellent holiday. It's catching up finally. And Handy, it is worth saying, like, I am happy for everybody's time. It is thanks to the bits and subs and things that everybody throws here that I get to keep dedicating my time to it. But it's that kind of thing of, you know, we all go through feast and famine. I mean, this lot kept me alive when I was literally...
Stop that incessant clicking.
When I was literally on the, you know, my mate's sofa. I have been a very, very poor man, and I've been an affluent person. So I have seen it from all sides. Also, XD Johnny XP just missed some off-the-chain nonsense. Now I'm going to play a video game where I've got to deal with my psychological state. We haven't even got through the subs yet. We're back over the 300 friendo mark. Holy crud. Holy crud. So yeah, Nicomodius and all. Take it easy, yo. And a Perios, holy crud. Hell of a way to close out the year getting to. So Johnny, we got to be a test case.
I can put these to a delayed credit and have poor self-control.
Aaron, thank you. Miyaki Sakura, I have absolutely not forgotten that bet. Yeah, Johnny, we got to be the test case for one of Twitch's new features, the hype train. There it is. British scale, you fucking ledge. Fucking ledge. Got like 500%. Yeah, Arrow, we're not even halfway through. I already did once at Perios. Wake up, fucking.
Aaron, yes, Aaron, always yes.
Oh, it's alright, Aaron. You can laugh at me savagely when we play Mech Warrior. Okay. So while we're going through this, again, all of you, thank you. Thank you. At least no one knows I pretend to be cool here. Like, I'm a chronic dork. I drink myself into oblivion when I'm sad. Mirror's like, is there a fast forward? No. Okay. Let's go back into game. Let's go back into game. Oh, I'm not ready. See, the thing is, I always say this a lot, like, doing this kind of thing for...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Doing this thing for other people is so different than when it's something that you're trying to make happen, and I don't know if I will be able to thank you all enough to the extent that you keep this whole thing going, but thank you. When you all met me, I had just exploded, both professionally and personally. I was...
Stop that incessant clicking.
I was at the worst I had been, and you all fed me, got me here. I hope that I am eventually able to do enough to help all of you in the ways that you have helped me. That's what I wanted to say before we jump back in. Alright, so just... yeah.
Let us all break through as hard as possible. But only give within your means, please.
Sturgeon Straker, there's people who have done probably... oh, Friends, I don't know if you know, Stooge and Strager built the rig that we stream from because I didn't have enough to stream, and Ket was, Ket was getting a decent job and was going to be moving out. Like, I'm moving into a... Say it again. Yeah, Gail, I know you're right. I know you're right. I know you're right. There's that little part of me that just keeps saying, I do not deserve this. And I hope that I someday will be. So thank you. Oh. Fucking hell. The only group of Mother Hubbards are going to make me quiet. Okay. Ninja Falcon. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh. But yeah. So before we get back into the game, once again, thank you all. I will be asking for your feedback on this in the Discord later, but I guess I want to play some games with you all lot. Take a moment, breathe, even though we're going to go into weird psychological feckery and nonsense. And then we're going to go from there. All right? Oh, yeah, okay. Very British Gale. Go get some sleep, friend. And Warusware, that's a good point. I would never be so arrogant as to tell you what you would deem worthy or not. But I'm a better person for knowing you all, and you are fucking marvelous. Numbers! We're about to jump back into a weird game. We got to test out a thing. It was happening. Oh, everybody does sleep. Sleep? I ain't sleeping. I'm invading China. But if you're in Three Kingdoms, aren't you already in China? Until music was perfect. Music has long since died out. I'm gonna get that 6-hour remix of the Pokemon battle theme. Okay. So let's get back into game. Handy Mouse and everyone, thank you for coming light. Oh, I can't imagine. You know what? I have no idea how much we got left of this game. I completely lost track. Oh, and Strays. I have not forgotten about those chocolates. Oh. Okay, let's go back in game. Let's go from there.
You got the touch.
You got the power! Oh yeah, that's when I started referencing Astro Train, because the train was taking off. Okay. And Shackle, I'm very glad your Windows 10 partition is working. Katra says, incidentally, 12,000 points away from a dab. Whew. Okay. Without further ado, friends, let us continue. Wow, I had to breathe. Na 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 na. Thank you, Alnus. Thank you, everyone. Oh!
Who are you talking about?
Why do you think Betty left? She was sick and tired of us. She wanted to escape.
Like Mother.
Drowning herself because she couldn't stand being around us.
Feck!
Like Father.
This got dark immediately.
Stop.
You drive them all away, Edward.
Whoa!
All into death.
But not us. We're always here for you.
I beg you.
You are never alone.
Stop! Leave me alone, both of you!
You want to be alone?
You really want to be alone?
Fine.
For good.
Thank you, Angel. Thank you, everyone. Oh. Walrusware. I will reach out to my friend over at... Thank you again, Mal. I'll reach out over to my friend at Unity for the new year. I'll try and get it in the calendar ahead of time so that for those of you who are working with Unity on a bunch of stuff, you can like come prepared with questions, do it like a little workshop. Mirror, mirror, we don't actually know where the angel has come from. Deus, press F to calm down, Will. Still going through them. Yeah, we definitely need to make sure these trains have a decent cooldown, just so that everything can catch up. Oh, it is interesting how the statue only has very, very limited movement and yet feels so expressive. And Monzi, thank you for the follow. Okay.
Lissy.
This game is still utterly gorgeous.
Please.
I mean, just look at that. Oh, and Katros, thank you kindly for sending me through feedback in case you forget. I do appreciate it. Mal says, I think this could be a test for us. We need to solve the case of the girl ourselves without Lizzie prompting us. I think you might be right. Oh. Why has it gotten so dark? That wasn't... I went to try the door and turned around. Cool, day 5. Hey, Walrusware, welcome back. What a day.
I say that you deserve it, the megabits and chaos I can throw your way, and I say that you are deserving of my support. So there.
Aaron, thank you.
Betty? Elizabeth? Is that you?
Spoiler, it was not Elizabeth.
Will's Dementor would either be everything going quiet or everyone dumping tons of bits.
Betty, I'm coming.
Hang on. I haven't looked at our reflection in a while. So we can hear what we think we know is a sound.
I knew you were here.
Yeah, Mirror, you are entirely correct. He should not be dressing up that mannequin in his mental state. Oh. Like I can talk about mental states. I mean, we're still in Soma.
Betty? Betty! Are you in there? Open the door!
Okay.
Coming in! Stand away from the door!
It's gonna be a big old seagull. Oh. Oh. Oh, crow.
Betty? No. No, 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 no. Oh. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I thought it was you, Betty.
And Katros, we're definitely at a 2 crow scenario. We haven't quite hit our 3rd crow yet.
Anna. You said this was a gift from another unlucky suitor. It was precious to you. You wouldn't have left it here unless... a signpost. A breadcrumb. But what's so important about the Fretlands? I will figure this out. I will find you. I promise.
Yeah, Hellflame. Oh, thank God. It's just a very different corpse. Alright, let's see what we got here.
It's from Johann. Addressed to his wife. Did you notice the handwriting, Betty? It was clearly distraught. Knock, ere knock. Enough is enough. After decades of strife, I pray that God will... Tilly, forgive me. I am tired of secrets. For 20 years, I've kept my silence about our discovery, but my silence has only led to misfortune, and my cowardice has only led to death. I will make Frederick pay for what he has done to us.
Yeah, are we the
What they
baddies?
have done to our Ruth. When it is over, I will let the ocean take me to you and Ruth. May God forgive me. Anna was already dead when he wrote this. He had no one else to confess to. What now, Betty? Johann went to confront his brother, probably at Frederick's farm. And then?
And then.
You followed Johann to Frederick Fretland's farm, and then to the mine. You wouldn't let this go, Betty. You'd follow your story to the end. All the way to the end.
Oh yeah, Katros, I'm very glad we do not live in an age of cursive writing anymore, you know what I'm saying? So, let's, I guess, head to the farm, go from there. As a couple of people were saying, we did know that, was it Anna? The mother was sick. She said, she was complaining that she'd come down with a little cold and she couldn't get rid of it. Press F to talk to Betty now.
So where is Frederick's farm?
Hey, remember when we used to play, like, weird little cheerful happy games? Me neither. Oh. I didn't mean to diss on people who write cursive and otherwise. I'm just very dyslexic. This is getting dark. Yeah, very dyslexic at Barrios. That is how I live. It's meant to be October, I think, at this point. But I've never been properly out to any of the... Yeah. Oh yeah, actually, Fluffy Adorable Kitten. Whoopo was slightly happier. Still cutish, like Rain World. Yep. We did a game called Mow Astray earlier in the week, and that was adorable, with a horrifying ending. Yeah, Hellflame, it's the sunlight and the mist and the snow equi. And there's our third crow! Friends, please
you to this place.
feel free to tick that off your tick sheets. Oh, Meowth and Sakura! See, I know we didn't see the end of... Oh.
You'd piece them together into a story, wouldn't you, Betty? So, what do we know?
Viking woman, how do you double jump?
Johann and Frederick are partners, and on good terms. But something happens in the mine. Disagreements lead to a falling out. And at the end of it all, 20 years later, Johann walks this path to confront Frederick.
Arrow Griffin saying that the amount of sad games we've gone through this week, I mean, they weren't sad games. Like, Mo Astray was interesting. And it definitely had feels. Finally finishing the Outer Wilds, again, it wasn't sad, but I just... The emotional pressure and tension that it hit by the end was just phenomenal. Tomorrow we've got the Blackout Club, so you'll get to hear me scream. But on Saturday, we got Mech Warrior. Oh, Cryostix is saying that this weather isn't impossible, just very, very unlikely.
Betty? Was this your doing, Johann? Did you burn your brother's farm to the ground?
Oh yeah, no, I didn't.
Were you, Betty? Did you witness their fall?
Wait. Loki had some serious issues in Rune 2. The thing is, we do know from the book that, at least according to them, Betty never made it. And Mirror Mirror, if that's, if you want to leave and come back, I completely understand. And I don't yet have the code to crack that one open. But yes, Mirror Mirror, if you want to head on out so you can finish the game yourself, I completely understand. This game has been gorgeous and clever, and it's played so artfully on a lot of the tropes that we as gamers understand so well. And, you know...
Betty?
That's not something that I take lightly, you know what I mean? This game understands our expectations of it, and it keeps dancing between them. Oh, Alright, so first up, Simon
You here,
Friedland.
Betty? Simon's grave. Born December 5th, 1909, died September 17th, 1923. The safe. Frederick would choose numbers that meant something to him.
51209?
Why bury Simon here and not at the cemetery? If the village blamed him for Ruth's death, I could really use your imagination, Betty. You'd figure this out in no time.
Have you thought of, what if this is some dark kind of Adventure Time sub-story? All we need is that icy beard, right? Thank you, Brown Sheep. Sorry, bear with me a second. Okay, so it's going to be either... No, it'll definitely be 12... 5/12/1909 or '09. Yeah, so it looks like Margaret died giving birth to Simon.
What do you reckon, Betty? Let's try Simon's birthday. Another Viking artifact, Betty. Most likely from the same treasure Ruth found.
I do apologise for nosing at my phone. And Kestrel...
Postmarked in Boston. That's it.
Kestrel, lovely to see you. To be continued.
Dear Frederick, I hope this letter... It's in English, Betty. Hope this letter finds you and the boy in good health. We're concerned about you both. No word from you for almost 2 years now. All of us still heartbroken about Margaret's passing. We know things have been difficult for you and Simon.
Oh, brace yourselves.
Mr. Fretland, we expect you to take care of this problem. If the discovery is made public, the authorities will intervene and the mine will be shut down. Should this happen, we will consider it a breach of our contract, and we will withdraw our investment. You and your brother will be responsible for all debts and losses. Johann must be convinced to wall up the chamber. We have already dealt with the worker who made the discovery.
Here we go.
The Fretland Mining Company. I wonder what this unlocks.
You are not as good a detective.
You went to the mine. I hope our guardian angel watched over you.
So I guess it's our
All
turn.
right, Betty. So what happens next in your story? Johann and Frederick discover something in the mine. A cave or chamber of archaeological value. They argue about what to do. If the discovery is made public, it's the end of their enterprise. Johann is convinced or paid to walk away.
And now,
Their
Wendigos.
secret stays hidden. Then, a few months later, the accident. 3 men die. The investors pull out. The mine shuts down. Frederick's up to his neck in debt.
So, follow the train tracks to the... Follow the train tracks to the mine. This is very Edith Finch at this point, my friends. It's got to be something to do with the little kid finding Viking relics. It's got to be. Okay, what we got? Oh, alright. There's a little office and a back way. Arsenic. A gift. Let's have a look at this.
Cursed mine in Grovik. Locals struggle with bad crops and livestock deaths and blame it on... They thought they were cursed because of the mine. A thing like that becomes self-fulfilling. If you believe you're cursed, every misfortune feeds the delusion.
Mal, there wasn't anything in the fireplace at the burnt-out house, at least by my understanding. Because the thing is, it lets me know at a good distance if there's something that I can observe or interact with. Hellflame with Jinkies, that's it!
So, 20 years pass. The Fretland feud tears the village apart, setting neighbor against neighbor. And then, Ruth stumbles across the secret in the mine. After all this time, the truth may finally come to light, but she dies. And the day after, Simon is murdered.
Parkour. Meow Kitty Sakura with, or is the curse real? Would explain Ruth drawing the horrifying creature, but also kids have a messed up imagination.
Old grievances resurface. No matter who you stand with, you're a traitor. Things escalate. More people die. From disease, despair, suicides, murder.
Really missing our jovial little imagined sidekick right about now. Miyaki is asking, do you know what kind of mythological creatures could be in Norway? Well, supposedly the title of the game, Draugen, is a kind of wraith-like undead.
Because of the mine. Because of what they found there. And what they covered up.
See,
there was no one to stop it, Betty. They were alone.
This is another point at which...
It's the real curse of Grovik.
Sorry.
Isolation.
That's another point where I really want to highlight the brilliance of this game. Right now, friends, we have no idea if we're walking into a psychological, a supernatural, or just a, you know, a geological disaster. Something happened in there. And we could be eyeballs deep in the undead. There could have been, like, you know, a cave-in, or they could have... Or there could be nothing. The curse... bankruptcy, debt, all of that. That could be where it's coming from. Oh, Christic says also trolls. No, it's all about trolls. And friends, if you haven't seen the film Troll Hunter, you deserve that in your life. Alright, fourth crow for those still counting. Caw.
This place is cursed. Ridiculous.
Proceeds to be cursed. Would you look at that? The doll's head.
Ruth was here the day she fell. Something spooked her, and then she ran all the way to the cliff where... Do you know what happened, Betty? Did you witness it?
Yeah, distrust. Big distrust. Yeah, thanks. I hate it.
Hello? Betty, are you in there? Please answer me.
Aha!
Betty?
So much like Lost in Vivo, we have like a command where we can ask if we see Betty. So
Hello?
When you're hearing that, that's me enacting that. Walrusware, this game is available on Steam and via the Humble Bundle. If you don't mind me being a monstrous shill and don't mind picking it up on the Humble Store, we do have a partner link, which is very helpful.
Betty, are you here?
You see that, right? Ahead of me? Oh, I'm not okay with this. Oh, it's just more crows. Crew. Oh, this is a terrible idea. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, I still don't like it.
Betty, this is Mother's brooch. You always wore this. You wouldn't take it off unless... You left it here for a reason.
Mate, no.
What am I not seeing?
Mate, no, no, no. Oh. Now it wants us to look. Alright, alright. I put my hoodie on so I can hide behind it. How many different kinds of feelings can Will feel today? Arrow's like, I'm gonna look away. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Alright. I'm doing, like, I got my little grub friend. Like, I'm gonna be okay. River's there. Alright, River, we're gonna do this. Oh, feck you, Cruel! Oh, good work, numbnuts. Now we gotta run. As an FYI, it says press shift to exclamation point run. Fucking close me! What?
Elizabeth? Is that you?
Edward? Where are you?
I'm on my way, Betty. Wait for me.
Mirror, mirror. Oh, mirror, mirror. Thank you for throwing the follow as well. I hope you have a wonderful...
I'm here, Betty. It's Edward. It's me.
Tomorrow we're playing a very different game if you want to join us.
Stay where you are. I'm coming.
Yeah, I don't know who you are. That is not Betty. Do not trust the lady voice. Okay. We're running back. Parkour, parkour.
I can hear you. Hold on. I'm almost there. I'm on my way.
Is it Wendigos that can mask their voice and throw it? Because, you know, Wendigos.
Stay put, Betty. I'm coming for you.
Edward! Edward, please! Hurry!
I'm coming, Betty. Betty?
Parkour, parkour!
Edward!
I'm almost there. Betty!
It's getting in better shape. Notice her voice is getting further away, even though we're getting further...
Just stay put.
And the mechanics it was using earlier in the game to show us.
Elizabeth?
Oh! Feckin' DX man!
I'm on my way.
Where are you? Oh, Edward, hurry!
I'm coming.
Edward,
You're
is that
here.
you? I'm
You're
in here.
inside the house. Isn't that right, Betty? You're finally here. Elizabeth, there you are. Finally. You have no idea how long I've been looking for you. You had me so worried. I... Look. Your brooch. Mother's brooch. You must have lost it at the mine. Let me put it on for you, Betty. I wouldn't want you to lose it again.
Oh, you did it bad. The gloves
She's
weren't...
been dead for 30 years, Edward. Elizabeth was never here. But we didn't come for her. We came for Johann, and Anna, and Frederick, and Simon, and Ruth. We're here to tell their stories.
No. Elizabeth. She's here.
You know Betty died when she was a baby. She drowned in the pond. And you found her. You were just 11. You carried her to your mother. And your mother...
She hated you for that.
She could never forgive you for bringing her baby to her. And you could never forgive yourself for what she did after. You always forget this. Because you don't want to be alone. So you bring Betty back. Again and again. To New York. To Boston. To the house. But always just out of reach. Never quite there. The scent of her. The echo of her.
Oh!
But never really her. And all it does is make you lonelier. But the thing is, Edward, you're never alone.
You have us.
And you'll always have us. Betty's... She was never there for you. She couldn't be.
Holy
You
fuck.
can't lose us. We're a part of you.
Forever. And ever. And ever.
But you need to let Betty go now. There's not room for all of us in there.
Yeah, Arrow. Turns out the real horror was the emotions we
Save you,
felt along the
Elizabeth.
way.
I'm so sorry.
To my biggest fan with best wishes, Greta Gaynor.
It is as painful to wake from a vision as it is to be born anew.
Who wants to sing?
Neopale, that timing was both brilliant and terrible. Oh. Day 6, we're still going. It's not over. Yeah, so Hindle, as a lot of you said, like, Lizzie is how Edward imagined Betty growing up. And the stone angel is kind of his parental figure. It's his ideal, it's his childlike, idyllic perception of his mother. Oh, I guess that was my interpretation. It's just a Fisher person's hat.
Goodbye, Betty.
And the little brooch still looks very... The clasp is very Heroes over Innsmouth. So how do we look now we've had our little wake up? The same. I was worried we were going to get something around there that would be more horrific. Compliment Cap, thank you for clipping that. Yeah, we do like an old ass Harry Potter, minus the dope scar.
Teddy bear? Are you up? Come outside. It's a beautiful day. Had your noodle juice yet?
I might be weaned off this stuff.
Ooh. Don't lose your taste for tea, old fruit. It keeps you human. We have unfinished business.
We do?
The final piece of the puzzle.
Ruth.
Come on. Let's go back to where it started. We have an appointment with a ghost.
So... No, the flag's up at half-mast. Sorry, Arrow Griffin, that was my angle. So, Lizzie is still a delusion, and now Edward knows this. But he's kind of taken a happy acceptance. Oh. Interesting.
Such an amazing view, isn't it? And the air. Ugh. Boy. Why did we come here, Teddy?
To Grovik? Well... Some places have gravity.
What are you saying? Gravewick's gravity pulled us across the Atlantic Ocean?
Grovik? No, I'm not saying that. That's irrational.
But you believe it, don't you? That we were summoned to tell their story.
The letter to Frederick.
The one you found in his safe. From Boston.
I may have overheard a conversation somewhere. Paid it no attention, but the name stuck. And Betty... And I spun a story around it that put us on this path.
Do you really believe that? I mean, how often are you around people?
To find my sister.
But Betty's not... She was never here.
Stop that incessant clicking.
It doesn't make sense.
I'm a...
Oh, Strags, you fucking ledge. Like you and Stooge don't do enough. Strager, holy crap and thank you. Friends, Strags just threw in 10 subs to the crowd. And they went to Byzantian to Viking 1, Mr. Squarepeg, Silent G.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Andrew Wine, Saucy Nacho, Real Snake, one of them fail snakes, Chrono Fire, Fire Tornado is best spell, and Antares. Thank you. Like, thank you. Okay.
Stop that incessant clicking.
I guess between everything that's happened today and all of that, I'm very, very, very overwhelmed. But strange, like I said earlier, you and Stooge are putting the hours to not just to this place, but also to me as a friend. Like, I don't think I highlight that enough. So thank you. And while I hope you guys never feel you have
Stop that incessant clicking.
bust out the big guns to bring us over. Because friends, I wish you could have seen the storm that Stooge and Strager cooked up for us last night. Like, just meat. And just... I hope you all don't feel you have to do that. But the fact that you do is such a... It's a massive compliment, so thank you. Okay. And also, I think a few of these stop that incessant clickings is going to keep me from balling any more throughout this one.
Clicking.
Squarepeg, because it wasn't a meal that I crafted, and I will be thinking about it for a long time. I have Strager, 2 corgis and a Sheba. Well, you know we have the joke that Will is 3 corgis in a trench coat. Well, one of the things that you probably wouldn't know about me unless you hung out with me in a very quiet space while I'm eating, my internal organs are super loud. So when I'm eating stuff, it kind of sounds like a very, very disgruntled, enthusiastic dog. And we decided that
Stop that incessant clicking.
the Sheba's in the center arguing with the 2 corgis. So we're gonna remove it. Straker, thank you.
Man of science.
Thank you.
I don't know what to believe.
And yet, here we are. All 3 of us.
Is this what you wanted to show me?
I wanted to be close to her. Do you believe in ghosts, Edward?
You know I don't.
Well, you've been chasing one for years.
That's different.
What about me?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Fair enough.
It just says that with such a matter
So
of fact.
what really happened to Ruth?
I still think it was a murder.
She was probably murdered.
By Simon?
No, I don't believe it was Simon.
Then who? Frederick? The hanged man? Someone else?
Does it matter?
Maybe not. So she ran from the mine. And she
Stop that incessant
And then
clicking.
someone pushed her? If only she had wings. Like a bluebird. She could have soared away on autumn winds. But why was she killed?
I do think it was the mine. I don't think it was the treasure.
Because she was playing where she shouldn't.
Stop
The
that
secret the
incessant
Fretlands have kept for a
clicking.
generation. If people learn the truth, it might tear the community apart. So she was murdered, and the village was cursed. I hope she's at peace. And with God. Do you think that's where everyone's gone?
Heaven. They're dead. I don't know what that means. Maybe there is more.
Stop that incessant clicking.
We'll never know what happened to everyone in Grovik.
We tried our best. We'll remember them. All of them. Maybe that will give them some peace in the afterlife. Could this be your book, Edward? The one you've been wanting to write? A story about people who are isolated, left behind by the world. You can give them all a proper ending, with no annoying loose threads. Edward, is that...
Our boat? But how?
Who cares? Let's catch it before it sets out on another adventure.
I don't understand how this can be.
I keep telling you, ghosts. Ghosts took the boat, ghosts brought it back.
It must have been the wind.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, teddy bear. Let's blouse, while the weather's still good.
I need my suitcase.
So get a wiggle on, old boy. I'm going to say my goodbyes to all the things. I don't think we'll be back. Meet you at the house.
My goodness. Righty-ho. No rush. We have all day.
Could be favors. Could be Rhymes and Moose. And what's, I guess, so heartbreaking on all of this is his acceptance. He knows he's talking with a fragmented part of himself, but he's okay with that now. Yes, Darkcat, now we know why she's so fast, and why she didn't help open the bloody door. Hellflame, thank you, I needed that. Hellflame's like, there is one loose end. The goat. Splash cut to meh. Wherever the feckin' goat is. Probably hanging off the feckin'... I don't know. There! Meh! Come here. So help me, if I had a jump... The goat. It always watches. Yo. Anyone notice the happy mournful the happy but mournful music has stopped? Oh no, okay, cool. Because I'm like, if you'll throw horror elements at me now.
Pack your things. I'll meet you by the boat.
Do you never sit still?
Don't be a wet blanket. Let's make like the wind and get out of here.
What was that? Oh, that was, I'm gonna take the pin, though. I mean, it's a Viking object. Or it's a cursed object. Either way, we'll make it interesting. Last look at... It's such an interesting little feature, the way you gaze at yourself in the mirror, that they never use for anything more than observing your own reflection. It's also a very bad mirror. Yeah, walrus wear, that's pretty dope. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it's good in the sense of someone's psyche unraveling, but walrus wear was saying it's supposed to look like acceptance, and that's why it's all sunny. But it's still more delusion, even if he's okay with it. And now we know he's disassociated from reality in some ways. We're questioning what is real. Is the boat really there? Was it really gone? She keeps talking about ghosts, so even if she says he doesn't believe in them, she can't say anything that isn't in his own head. She is her philosophies and beliefs are as much a part of him. You know, essentially her belief in things like that is his mind challenging
Come on,
itself.
Let's go. Row, Teddy, row.
And it's interesting that the matriarchal angel figure only appears when he's in huge distress.
The water's still cold.
It's a fjord, Lissy, and it's almost winter.
There'll be snow when we get back to Hanover.
The house will be warm.
Are we going to be all right, Edward?
I think so.
Such a weighted question. Fair. Although Com's like, sea's always bloody cold here, even during the summer. Cryosticks, I do agree with what you're saying there, because especially at the point where he was hearing Betty's voice. Feckin' hell! And there we go, what a fecking journey! The ending did not surprise me, but at the same time it could have gone any number of ways, and it was so good. Jesus heckin' Christ, if the voice cast didn't pull an all bloody nighter. Fucking hell. Yeah, this was a pleasant trip through whatever the Yeah, Cryosticks. Art by Hans Christian Andersen. We saw that in the intro. Oh, and Sir John Bacon, I'm so sorry you missed the end. If you want us to discuss it, we will. Oh. So yeah. It was closer to the vanishing of Ethan Carter than anything else. I tell you what, friends, I'm just going to nip to the loo very, very quickly. I'll be back in just a second. I'm busting for pee. Yo! Edward and Alice will return. Oh, to Wolfang. Thank you kindly for joining us, but we just finished up. Oh, Alice was Lizzie's full name. Now, Wolfang, if you saw none of this game so far, this was Draugen, and it was utterly brilliant. It was utterly brilliant. And if you don't mind me being so forward, if you don't mind throwing a follow, because we do play a lot of different games on here, but in a second we're going to be talking about this and this ending, so I don't want to spoil it if it's an experience you haven't seen yet. So, yeah, I'm okay with another game with these two. Oh, and Fluffy Kitten, that's a very good point. Fantasy Life on the 3DS is a great game, and does not get discussed enough. And Faber says, I'm kind of glad there isn't... I was kind of sad there isn't a new game plus The Lassie. I think so. This came together exceptionally, and what I thought was brilliant was that at no point... It could always have been one way or the other. The way it structured itself, the way it presented its game-like elements. As Miyaki Sakura is saying, the way the unreliable narrator... Sorry, I had a one containment issue there for a second. The way the unreliable narrator was delivered to us is it at any point could have been these overly ostentatious supernatural elements affecting. Or, I mean, at that point, you have an individual with very, very personal issues, and then you add elements outside of. Oh, and Compliment Cap, I should be thanking you. Thank you for coming with me on this journey, because this game was amazing. And Hindle as well, like those of you who are going off to sleep, do not worry. Friends, Fiona's going to be cooking up a storm as a little cooking stream in a bit before we go see a Star War. So I am going to go be co-host on Fiona's stream, if she'll have me. But... I mean, the fact was, we found people that had taken their own lives. We found, you know, the child killer inside the store, smeared in offal and blood. Like, yo, this wasn't a town without some dark shite going on. Oh yes, Miyaki Sakura. Fiona kindly got us tickets for Star Wars. So we're going to go see it in 4.5 hours. But today has been such a wonderful day that I want to chat about this a little bit more and then throw on over. Initially, I thought we were going to clear this in like 2 or 3 hours. I am consistently wrong. And Mal, that is a good point to discuss, is that... Hey up, Chop. What's up? Oh. How far off are you off of hanging out with these lovely folks? Okay. Fiona just stealing my phone stand so she can read your chat. But yeah, as Mal said, sometimes games like these can very much misstep in the endings. And Moose is going to go see a Star Wars Han style. Yeah. It was very interesting, the misdirection mechanics of it as well. The collecting of the elements of Betty's outfit, the conveniently find them in places, the sketching mechanics, the way he drew a map of the town. Very, very gamificated systems that made us feel like we were on track to do one thing, when it was, again, it was a far more personal story. It was so good. And the thing was, at any point, that could have done a handbrake turn into horror. And it knew that. It almost reveled in keeping us on that edge of, this could be a horror game at any moment. You wouldn't know it. And Walrus, it is interesting in this vignette that his eyes are completely obscured. And we get all the humanity, we get all the emotion from hers. Yeah, Alpha, when we had to go up, pick up our suitcase, and then come back, that was the point where I thought we were going to get some full-on horror stuff. So I'm gonna move back to some smooth jams. But I'm so very glad we got to play that. It was so wonderfully... It was so... What's the term? It was so wonderfully aware of what it was and how it was telling its story that I think, God, that's something I'd absolutely love to see, like, taught in schools. Understanding the language of video games, the expectation of a person sitting in front of it, and then using that to subvert. Yeah, and Hellflame, when he took the brooch away, and of course the brooch being so front and center in terms of... So like, the brooch is part of the logo for the game. And that little mouth, its design, it's very, very Lovecraftian. The game at no point ever tells you, oh yeah, there's like a horrible blob monster and we're going to go stab it in the gabba. But it's aware that we as users, we see logos, we see title screens, we see trailers and adverts, that you can subtly undermine a user's belief in what they see going down. Does that make a weird kind of sense? I may also have completely lost my Delali tap. Anyway, does anyone have any closing feelings? Hang on, let me close the door so I don't yell over Fiona's thing. Because as I said, friends, we're going to move over to the other room. I'm going to join Fiona's stream in just a second. Because I need to digest this game, you know what I'm saying? And Walrus Way, that's an interesting one that the dialogue was the main delivery system, and it essentially it absolutely did not go for a show don't tell. It was an emotional journey of a person. Cryer sticks with, don't you mean Draug jest this game? But also, friends, you better believe I'm throwing on the gym battle theme for the credits. I'm definitely getting my hype back up for that one. Oh, and Fluffy, it's good to have you on the Discord. So Mr. Goat was Mr. Goat, that fecking goat. Mr. Ghost was adding a lot of the text in this game when seeing things written down was written in Danish. Parts of it was some pretty dark stuff. Yeah, our character translated bits, and I quite liked that our character may have sanitized his language and his description for Alice, for Izzy, for Lizzie. But the dark undertone was there. And Hellflame, I think that was what hit so very hard, was that ending resolution of the fact that Betty's not there. That was fascinating is the wrong word, but that was an intervention between the other parts of a fractured psyche. The other parts of your fractured psyche having to sit you down and tell you, look, you are chasing something that doesn't exist and this is unhealthy. But these are fragments of your own mind that are taking care of you. One taking a little sister role, one taking a maternal role. Both idyllic versions of their archetypes. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, The Dreamer. We're going to jump on over to Fiona's stream in just a second. We finished this in one sitting and it was exceptional. It's closer to... The Vanishing of Ethan Carter was the closest comparable game that I can point you to. So if you enjoyed that, you will love Draugen. Fucking hell. And from what I read from people's comments, there seemed to be a genuine authenticity in that little village. Like, it felt to me as a place that could exist, but, you know, I've never been to Norway. No one, oh, at least maybe it was said and I didn't see it. No one turned around and went, oh, that's not how that would have been. A walrus where, you're right, the brain is amazing even when it's broken. And it's one of the things that I like about video games over static media, is it doesn't put us in the place of an external observer. It puts us ideally, it puts us in an empathic place, the person going through it. You know, he leaves at a sense of catharsis, a sense of peace, but with his own psychoses. That's fascinating. Yeah, Miyaki Sakura, that's a really good point. The fact that the game portrayed the existence of Alice and the Entity as not negative, but something he lived with, was exceptional. How often are we given the whole, schizophrenia as evil, or, schizophrenia as... okay, sorry, I'm probably using the wrong psychoterms, but you understand, like, that kind of, like, multiple personality as as a curse put upon someone, you know what I mean? And I liked how both of them were very insistent that it's we are a part of you. When Lizzie started talking about us and not me, I think that's when it propped for myself. What an exceptional game. Also, friends, as it got mentioned by a lot of different people, I guess it goes without saying, Mr. Robot deals with some similar themes in a very different manner. So that is an exceptional show masquerading as a hacking show. I think I'm still a season behind. I think so. Yeah, Rhymes and Moose, that's the point. We're often presented with mental illness as a negative in video games. Mental illness as a sanity meter or as an effect of negative elements. This might have been one of the first times we were presented with an individual with mental illness where it's just part of their life. It's part of their day-to-day. And, yeah, I didn't expect that ending to have me so choked up. The genuine idea that, yeah, one's own psychoses would work actively towards making you healthier, mentally healthier. That his bizarre obsession with Betty was the thing that was being destroyed. That was destroying him. Dreamer says they're reading an article about someone dealing with mental illness having a bad reaction to the new Hellblade sequel. The new one's very aggressive, but that is only its opening, like, marketing salvo. You know, they're a Microsoft-owned company now, so they're gonna have a punchy trailer. And if I remember, the trailers for Senua's Sacrifice were very action-packed. Yeah, Warusware, I do apologise if because I was clearly using the wrong psychological terms there. So John Bacon. Well, here's the thing. Now you have a game to add to your list. Will you do things differently? Wait, is there more than one ending? Ugh, never mind. Sorry, I thought I saw something I wanted to share with the class. Okay. So, dear friends, I'm going to throw on some bombastic tunes. I'm going to roll credits because today has been a wonderful day. Oh yeah, sorry, Scorponi. Before we, I guess, close that up, it's real ill. Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice is essentially in the aftermath of a Viking invasion and how someone with severe mental illness is coping with a large amount of elements. And Warusware, that's a very good point. Video games do like to show mental illness as, ooh, you can't trust yourself, unreliable narrator, spooky jumpy things. And the real experience isn't like that. As Warus is saying, the reality of lying in bed for hours isn't too exciting. That's very true. What video games can do is create an experience that emulates the feelings of it. That seeks to show us an empathic view in what it's like to experience that, rather than trying to represent it. If that makes a weird kind of sense. It's like Anamorphine is the one I keep pointing to because I haven't seen a better one of the physical barriers that come up between people. Like, even though you know this person and we're within reaching distance, and you should be able to just talk to them, but the elements between you, be the emotional, mental, stop you from doing so, creating this barrier between. I've seen it acted in so many scenes, in so many movies. And in Anamorphine, they just physically represented it. And yes, it was very ham-fisted. But if you take that language, that using games to represent not the reality, but the emotional effect of, that's feckin' dope. Alright. I'm going to put on some dope tunes, and then I'm going to go help Fiona in the kitchen. So, we're going to raid in just a second. I'll be continuing it, assuming that Fiona will have me on in the background. And I need to thank our wonderful Twitch friendos as well. The other thing that I will say is that while I, myself, am by no means a... Oh, Crafty, your timing! Crafty, we're going to crash into Fiona's stream in just a second, so you're not done with me just yet. I was just about to roll credits. But we're just going to move from this channel to another one. What was I going to say? That, Aaron, I read those elements, and I have not experienced that wholeheartedly. I do not want to be a person who sits here on Twitch and tells you how it is, as I have not experienced those elements, and I know that makes me very lucky. I'm not a psychologist, so, you know, take literally everything I say with as much salt as you want to put on your chips. But we do have the Human Maintenance channel, and I'm very proud of that. Human Maintenance isn't therapy, and Human Maintenance isn't solutions too, but I'm glad that we have essentially like a little support network. We have a couple of people there who know enough to know when when we would request that someone reach out to a medical professional, as much as we know. And, you know, from my friends who have had the money to do it, like, told therapies are super good. Helps, yo. So, Cryosticks, Will, tell us how it is. Video games are good. Cheers for that. Hot take. Thank you later. Yeah. Reflective, too real, friend, too real. Anyway, Reflective, are you going to stick around and help us in the kitchen? You know what? Okay. Chill Jams. You had a chance. You've done good. These have been some real good chats. Friends, I worry that I'm lacking the mental fortitude now to discuss this proper, if that makes sense. Yeah, Walrusware. I am absolutely going to roll credits. So, to all of you, thank you for coming through for a feckin' wonderful day. Today, you all went bombastic on supporting my sorry ass. So I can only say once again that I hope I'm worth it all you put in. I'm going to have a lot of humans to thank. So feckin' brace yourselves! Alright, let's see if I can... Oh, Neopale sneaking in before the feckin' the klaxon. Oh, and Aaron, it wasn't so much a worry, it was more I didn't want to come across as being that jackass on the internet trying to tell you how it is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can talk about the artistic representation of these things, but I can't talk about their experiencing them firsthand. That was what I guess I was pseudo-apologizing for? It's a gift, what can I say? Alright. But here's what's important, friends. We have had a wonderful day. You lot brought the thunder, and not just in front of me, but in front of Twitch its very self. So, I gotta give these credits my full enthusiasm. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so first off the bat, Camille K and Quasi throwing in actual cash money dollars to make it happen. Thank you so much. But cheers today with bombastic red bits aplenty, so as may say thank you to Sadlin, ET3 Stooge, Savvy Crow, Hindle 101, Royal Seal, Nat, Thrame, Favor 6, Catros, it's DX Man, XD Johnny XP, Lyle, the second, Sean Peoples, Compliment Cap, Shackle Draconis, Starcat Studios, Deus JZ, Old Sal, Silent TG, Alnus, Gummy Ace, J Post, Matt Welsh, Monzili, Olitan, Tarlicus, Big Government Muns, to Earl Kong, Aaron Feathers, Nicodemus Rat, Ninja Falcon, Malika Soldier, Floppy Adorable Kitten, AR, Secretly Robin, a very British Gale, Mirror Mirror, Sir John Bacon the Sixth, the Anonymous Cheerers, Navalis, Archer of the Eye, Imperios Unlimited, and Neo Pale. Your moderators today were Lizzie, Tarlicus, Rhymes with Moose, and Caffeine. Our new followers were Mirror Mirror, Monzi, Shark, Olive Tan, Quadpixel, and I'm just gonna say Kanji. Now, those that subbed, resubbed, and were the recipients of House Carl's Hunts, there were a lot. So, to Just Diver, Rhymes with Moose, Takaroshi, To Dreamer, Snuggly Birch, Kerry B, WWSQ Blitz, Silent Master, Sandwich Kitsune, GCPH, Ironbug, Champ, Quadpixel, Hario, Technicus, Ariel Gran, Rad Puppy, Zerian Maelstrom, Post Malone, Mirror Mirror, Glitchy, Bitchy, who? Nero, Fluffy Adorable Kitten, Savvy Crow, Sean Peoples, Icarus Chen, Nat, Count Fraz, Handy Mouse, Ninja Falcon, Pliffler, Ross Gab, Sweet Pea, the Ozmeister, almost, Wabban Olive Tan, Lyle the Second, Nicode Mustrat, Gummy Ace, Old Sal, Person Type Thing, Space Owl Kitty, Jambu, Troper, Echo the Space Hippie, Bert McGrit, Monzi, Matt Walsh, Jenny Nexus, Cam the Human Shark, Frosty Cup, Zero Inertia, Matt Lightfoot, Decom, Sunspot, Dracokatsu, Lecarus PHY, Psychic Mitsuki, Go Pirate Software, Thor, Mistrophecies, Matrix, Egg Timer Seth, Byzantine, Silent TNG, Andrew Nye, Saucy Nacho, Real Snake, Chrono Fire, Fire Tornado's the best spell, Viking One, Andreas, and Mr. Square Peg. How come the beat didn't drop? I feel like I just got blue balled by the Pokemon theme. So yeah, friends, today was an awesome day. You all went above and beyond, and I will never be able to thank you all enough, but you better believe I'm bloody gonna try. Oh, it's not gonna do the drop, is it? Yeah, feckin' bad words. I chose the wrong one. I'm a fool! But yeah, thank you all for a cracking day, alright? We're gonna go throw over to Fiona in a second, do some cooking, hang out. You'll see me in the background, probably getting a bloody hug. And we'll go from there. You all brought the thunder on the hype train. Like, oh, yo. And yeah, and I will see you all tomorrow for some Blackout Club, Walrus Wear. Thank you for covering for me there. And then on Saturday we're playing Mech Warrior. So tomorrow should have some announcements involving our next big D&D Longshipian kind of element, which is not my work by any means. It's been Baron Sheep, Caffeine, and the crew. So should be some interesting news coming up. Anyway, that is enough from me, dear friends. What a cracking day. If you need me, I'll be having a minor breakdown. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you all later. Good night!